today is defending people who are nearing a family. You get to go home and tell your kids that that's what Gary did at work today. How does that feel? What did you do at work today? You defended people who are trampling on the Constitution. How does that feel? How does that feel?
So you didn't feel satisfied at the last meeting with Eddie?
You know these pictures everyone's taking are going to be how you all are remembered when this shit ends.
Have you even gone over there and talked to any of the families who are crying, looking for their loved ones? Have you seen or talked to any of the people? Do you know what's going on even?
Come on, this way. This way. This way. This way. This way, please. Because you're standing in the road. Come on. Please move. Please move on to that side. That is the area for the
Put red, please. Put red, please. Put red, please. Put red, please.
Police state.
Are you like 4 feet tall?
Police state. Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
Who do you serve? Who do you protect?
Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Stop pushing! Stop pushing! Who do you serve? Who do you protect? Who do you serve?
Pick the side, please. Pick the side, please.
No, you don't support that. Uniform! Uniform! Line this way!
We are the people too! We want the street! We want the feds out now, 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 now!
Oh, they got SWAT here.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you very much. Stay in the ring.
Appreciate us! Appreciate us! You're fucking shoving us!
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys! Shove us over!
What are you afraid of? He's just sitting there. What's your name? What's your name?
Narrate this. This person
Okay.
was peacefully sitting.
Peacefully
This
sitting.
person was
We
peacefully
have not
sitting.
heard him just sitting this entire time.
1930
peacefully.
Broadview peaceful protester was pulled away by the police for no fucking reason.
Back up.
1930 fucking peaceful protester.
You guys can
doing
film. I
nothing.
just need you to back
Send
up.
it out to the world.
I just need you to back up. You guys can
Not
film. Just
doing
back it up.
nothing, sitting there peacefully.
Shame! Shame on you! Shame on you! What?
What's up? What's going on? What you're standing up for right now? 1 meal a day. 8 meals from Subway. You're standing up for that. These people with no shower for 9 days. You don't have to be here. Marina Lopez Perez, you would step behind those walls for days. No shower, no bed, 1 meal a day. Is that what you go to work in the morning to defend? Sleeping on the cold concrete floor with 1 meal a day, you're standing up for a concentration camp. How does that feel?
Things felt like they were starting to spiral.
You don't have to support that. You don't have to keep taking orders. We're here because we decided as taxpayers we're not going to keep following orders. You don't have to either.
Somebody lost sunglasses. We got lots of sound up here.
These agents in here asked, how does it feel to be a Nazi? And they said, proud of it. You can look up the video. That's what you're standing up for.
Right, if there's the clips, they are ready.
We have Jewish clergy singing, and people saying they're proud to be Nazi, proud to choke women. I watched the videos. That's who you want to cast your lot with? We're the people of this fucking state.
They got their night vision on.
Just in case there's a total solar eclipse.
They will so be still on God.
Pregnant women in there. You don't have families. It shouldn't be that hard.
If you have the ability,
Think
can you
about
go
our
to Twitter and
families
see if
when we
I'm
read
actually...
about their stories.
saw you
behind
pop
those walls.
My thing,
That
it says 0 view,
concentration
like it
camp.
literally doesn't
Can
show.
you not think of the same? Think of your loved ones?
I really should have space.
Keeping pregnant women on a cold concrete floor with 1 meal a day. Can't be in support of that. This is who you've been deployed out here to stand up for. Think about it. Look up Marina Lopez Perez's name. Look up Dasha Ramirez's name. Look these people up. They're being terrorized by these fascists. And you're here to stand up for them. Gladys Yolanda Chavez Pineda. The list is getting longer. People terrorized by these fascist pigs. And you're out here to threaten us for saying not in our name.
I was a military spouse for 12 years. For 12 years.
For throwing elderly veterans on the ground. For standing up for the principles you say you're here to protect and serve.
Criminals, if you don't know who they are.
You guys are hard
Keep an eye on me.
We asked an ICE agent, how does it feel to have choked a woman yesterday? And he said it feels good. What if that was your wife, your sister, your mother? We see you're not comfortable being here. Just stop taking orders. They're elderly people. Their loved ones are coming to bring them diabetes medication and the ICE agents are turning them away. How the fuck can you stand for that? Until this morning, you might have had plausible deniability. Now you're right here standing up for the fucking fascists. You don't have plausible deniability. The world is watching you coming out here to threaten us for saying no to a concentration camp. How does that fucking feel?
Every single band that comes through here is a family that you guys helped break up. You get to go home, you get to think about that. You get to tell your fucking children that that's what you did at work today. Sit with that.
Last Sunday, this little 8-year-old girl wanted to play in Millennium's Heart Fountain. Customs and Border Protection agents came and took her away. She hasn't seen her father since. She's sleeping on a bench in O'Hare in a windowless room.
That's what you guys are supporting. That's what you're supporting.
Look up the picture of her crying when they took her away from her dad. And think about how it feels to be out here standing up for the ones who did it.
Brutally. And they do it brutally.
You're not making eye contact with us. This is her name, Dasha Ramirez. Make eye contact with her. Look up her picture. That's why we're out here.
And we don't think it's okay. We're the people. We don't think this is okay.
Matter today. Today. Walk off the line today.
Walk off the line.
Walk off the line. Walk off the line.
Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line.
Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line. Walk off the line.
They can't do this without all of you.
Is that the kind of state you want to live in? Where pregnant women are kept on a cold concrete floor getting a Subway kids meal once a day? That's what's happening right there in 1930 Beach Street. That's what you're here to fucking defend. Think about it.
We will buy you all donuts if you join us. Donuts for everybody.
You guys love that stuff.
I know you're hungry.
These are the people who shot a pastor in the head with 20 pepper balls a few weeks ago.
There's no nobility in what you're doing.
You go to church and feel good about having stand up for the ones who pulled the trigger?
You guys watch the videos of a woman getting choked right down there in that driveway? That's what you guys are defending. How does that feel?
And to bring in reinforcements because of the dangerous synagogue drill group. You guys are very threatening.
Very good.
Are they still singing right now?
Why do you have goggles? It's daytime.
Jewish prayer service.
You guys are the big guns just at the going to prayer services, or do you work elsewhere? Is that like a specialty cap you get to wear?
They get one of those fucking challenge coins. I harassed Jews, seriously, like, no, I'm not.
With the long gun, you're doing this all right.
Laura Murillo, that was her name. Every hour we're watching what these fascists are doing to our community, and now we're watching you stand up for them. Is this what you want your legacy in life to be? You're setting it right now. You're deciding on your legacy. You'll get to think about this in 20 years and tell your grandkids about this. But this morning you came out to stand up for a concentration camp. It's not that hard. Just Google Marina Lopez Perez, Gladys Yolanda Chavez Pineda. Google this facility and read about the conditions inside. Read about how our communities have been terrorized by these people.
Shame on you!
Shame! Shame!
Those are the people you're defending. Those are fucking families who are broken apart because your asses are out here defending it. Proud to be an American, boys, huh?
They're sicking you on us. You're just taking orders. You don't have to keep doing that. Just go home and read about the people being held inside there. 200 people with 1 meal a day, no shower for 9 days, sleeping on a cold concrete floor, no feminine hygiene products. Would you let your loved ones be treated like that? You're not bystanders. You're sticking up for them now. You're collaborating with them. Think about it. That's how you're starting your Friday. We're starting our Friday to come out here and say, not in our name. Is it that you didn't know? That the people here said proud of it when asked, how do you feel to be a Nazi? Is it that you didn't see that video that I saw? I'm trying to understand here. Help me connect the dots. That's not normal.
Guys, if you look that way, you can see the families that are actually being pulled apart. You want to watch what you're doing? You want to watch what you're defending? Go look down that way in that driveway. You can pause what you're going to watch
Silverio Villegas Gonzalez. His kids are 8 years old and 3 years old. Shot dead in a traffic stop by the equivalent of a SWAT team. Is that normal to you? You can watch the video for yourself. You don't have to take our word for it. That's why people like me are out here. You're on the other side. How does that feel? We see none of y'all making eye contact with us because you're not comfortable with it. Those people are fist bumping after taking Dasha Ramirez, an 8-year-old girl, from her mother and father. Fist bumping and laughing about it. What kind of sick fuck does that? That's who you're out here to stand up for.
There's never been more than maybe 100, 200 people. At the very tops. Fucking, that's the only reason I'm here, because I've always known this. I want to be able to tell my family member claims that the protesters were peaceful and had nothing but signs and
thought it was illegal for the state of Illinois to be
I want them to say, no, I was fucking there. I fucking saw it with my own eyes.
But here they are.
You were brutalized. I can't even
We're
fucking
living in
imagine what's happening
2025. All you
there.
have to
They're
do
doing
is
this
Google
in
this
front of all of
facility
us.
to read all
What
the
they're doing in
human
front of all of
stories,
us.
all the human suffering
What the
that these
fuck are they doing
fascists
in there?
have inflicted
Behind
here.
closed doors, boarded up, no sunlight, nothing. Getting a children's Subway meal a day. If that. Who the fuck knows? Sleeping on the floor.
There is a violation of Illinois state law.
If this is how we're treated out here with threats and everything and with detention, how
You are here defending people who are breaking Illinois state law in our building. Isn't that a little confusing?
I'm going to go to see this coalition of municipal state
Really sad. Really sad. We have he was murdered here all day. And nothing. You guys don't give a
They're talking about Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, if you couldn't hear. 38-year-old man. His 2 kids are orphaned now. Shot dead in a fucking traffic stop.
I don't want to hear shit. People up here, but we're paying to stand on the sidewalk.
Could you look his 2 kids in the eye and say that you came out here and stood up for them?
I don't like it.
How does that feel?
112. I don't like it.
I think I know the answer because you're not making eye contact with any of us.
I think it'd be really fucking cool if one of them put down their little coolers and come down to our side. It'd be really fucking cool.
Step back.
Thank you.
Step back.
Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job!
Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Quit your fucking job! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation! Up with liberation! Down with deportation! Down with deportation! Up with liberation!
Up with liberation!
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation!
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation!
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation!
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation!
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation!
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation!
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation!
Up with liberation!
Up with liberation!
Down with deportation!
Down with deportation!
I know that.
Up with liberation! Down with deportation!
Your descendants will be ashamed of you. I hope you know that.
We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation. No. 1. We are the people. 2. We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation. No. 1. We are the people. 2. We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation. No. 1. We are the people. 2. We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation.
Watch the video for yourself.
We are the people. 2.
After work, just look up the video of this man being shot dead.
Now.
Kids are orphaned now.
People 2. We won't stop fighting. 3.
It's a question of how long you keep taking care to defend them. This isn't normal.
People 2. We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation. Now. 1. We are the people. 2.
People have been saying it since the Obama administration. People got arrested in 2011. Just say not in our name right here.
2. We won't stop fighting. 3. We want liberation. Now. 1. We are the people. 2. We want rising green.
We want liberation.
Down, 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 one. Deportation no more. Abolish the police state.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Deportation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Abolish the police state.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Deportation no more.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Abolish the
Police state.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Deportation no more.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Abolish the police state.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Deportation no more.
5, 6, 7, 8. Abolish the police state. 1, 2, 3, 4. Deportations no more.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Abolish the police state.
Deportation no more. 5, 6, 7, 8.
Abolish the police state. Get down. Get up, up, up. Down, down. Get up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant
Get
town.
up.
Get down.
Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up, up, up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up, up, up.
Get down.
Chicago is an immigrant town. Get up.
Get down.
Chicago is an immigrant town. Get up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up, up, up. Down, down.
Chicago is an immigrant town.
Get up, up, up.
Get down. Chicago is an immigrant town.
They're all the same. CPD, ICE, they're all the same. KKK, CPD, ICE,
They're all the same.
KKK, CPD, ICE, they're all the same. They're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
They're all the same.
KKK, CPD, ICE, they're all the same.
KKK, CPD, ICE, they're all the same.
KKK, CPD, ICE,
They're all the same. KKK, CPD, ICE, they're all the same.
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 They're all the same. They're all the same. Clap it up. In your body.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Up with liberation. Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation. Down with liberation.
Up with liberation. Up with liberation. Down, down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down, down with deportation.
Down with deportation.
Up with liberation.
Up with liberation.
Down with deportation.
Down with
impacted my life in a way that I can't even really describe. And it's been really like a crazy couple of months for me. So it's when it all coming to kind of like a final conclusion. I just
Closure, you're saying?
yeah, it's kind of like a closure scenario for me. Just coming down to it. If this in fact ends up being closure.
What do you think is going to happen today?
You know, my honest opinion is time served.
I think he's time served. I think my brother.
Behind me, the federal courthouse, where Combs will learn his fate. With me, AP music reporter Maria Sherman. Now, Diddy was convicted in July of 2 counts of the Mann Act for flying around his girlfriends and male sex workers for sexual encounters. He was acquitted of the 2 charges that would have carried the maximum sentence of life in prison. That was racketeering and sex trafficking. Now, the Mann Act carries a maximum sentence of 10 years in jail. His lawyers want him to get off with time served, which he's been in jail for about 13 months. They're asking for 14 months. Prosecutors want him to spend 11 years in prison. The judge is deciding. Now, with me is Maria Sherman, our AP music reporter, and she's going to break down Diddy's career.
Yeah, outside of the music industry, there's a perception of Diddy as a rapper, but in reality, he's one of the most influential hip-hop industry figures of all time. And that's pretty evident from the beginning of his career. He worked at labels in the early 90s. He founded Bad Boy Records in the early 90s, which is endlessly influential. He signed the notorious B.I.G., and I think there's a real close relationship between Biggie and Diddy, the rapper, Combs. When people think of Combs' music, they're often thinking of the records he produced and released, as well as the work he did with Biggie. He has a verse on Mo Money, Mo Problems, which is objectively would be Diddy's biggest hit, but again, it's a feature. It's more accurate to think of him in terms of his entrepreneurial ventures. He is a music mogul, of course, music executive, a producer, but he also had his hand in colognes and perfumes. He was a brand ambassador for Ciroc. The relationship was so close with the liquor brand, some people thought he owned it for a while. He was a reality TV figure, making the band most famously, creating the R&B girl group Danity Kane. He has all of these other avenues and ventures that are really what kind of has defined his career up until this point. He's also seen as sort of like a big figure in the party scene. The White Party was synonymous with Diddy. So that's really kind of what we're looking at when we're talking about Combs as a public figure.
And when we're talking about Combs as a public figure, one of the things that will be presented in court today is a video that his team has made of him. It's about a 11-minute video that breaks down his life, his family, his businesses. It's there to paint a picture of Combs as a man who's devoted to family, who's devoted to his businesses. It shows him opening his schools, those charter schools in Harlem. And one of the things that we also learned is that while he was in jail, he was teaching a course to his fellow inmates, just a life skills course, really. He said that they were looking towards him to find out, how to make money, how to do other things that would make them as successful as he is. And, he was very successful.
Yes, and there's a sort of, now the question a lot of people have been asking me, and I've been speaking to sources and other figures in the industry, is what sort of becomes Combs' legacy now? Because the perception is he, for a long time, was a sort of hip-hop success story. This is the American dream. You have success through your art, and then you have other successful business ventures, and you sort of pay it forward to the community. I think a lot of it goes down to the actual conviction from earlier this year. As you were mentioning earlier, he was found guilty on prostitution charges, but not those larger sex trafficking and RICO charges, which means there will be a lighter sentence than I think prosecution was mentioning or endeavoring for earlier. And that aspect of it makes it different from another big high-profile case, something like an R. Kelly is a common comparison, because R. Kelly, of course, was convicted of sex trafficking charges and was sentenced to 30 years in prison. With Diddy, because there aren't those larger charges, some of the sense that I'm getting from other professionals in the industry is that the trial isn't necessarily what's going to color his legacy. It's actually some of the language and the sort of sensational aspects of it. The mention of baby oil in the trial, a lot of language that's come out of this, like freak-offs to use as a description of these drug-addled parties, that's already become hip-hop vernacular. And a lot of like PR crisis folks think that is actually what's going to sort of eclipse this legacy of him as, larger than life music mogul. It's going to be some of the language and the jokes from the trial, which is kind of interesting.
Speaking of the trial, we saw a few of his other performers come to testify in the trial. One of them was Kid Cudi. There was an incident where Kid Cudi's Porsche was firebombed, and he basically blamed Diddy because at the time Kid Cudi was also dating Cassie. Cassie and Diddy were on a break, and Kid Cudi dated her. He went home for the holidays to her home in Connecticut with her family. So they were seemingly very close. And there was testimony in court from him that he blamed Diddy for the firebombing of his car. But, Kid Cudi is a pretty well-known rapper. He was probably the biggest celebrity to testify at the trial.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Kid Cudi is objectively the biggest name. The name we're hearing most commonly is Cassie, of course, who Diddy was partner to, signed to Bad Boy when she was a teenager. She was 19 when they met. He was 37. And they started a romantic relationship. But Cassie and Kid Cudi's relationship has definitely come up in the trial. Kid Cudi is, I would say, one of the more influential alternative hip-hop artists of the last couple of years. I think maybe best known or first known for releasing the song Day and Night in 2007. Really kind of inventive MC, melding all these different genres in a way that we saw in the future. If you can remember back to that period of hip-hop, he was also originally one of Kanye West's protege. Very sort of distinctly the sort of pre-controversy Kanye West, and was signed to his Good Music label. But exactly as you said, Kid Cudi testified after Cassie, and he said that Combs broke into his apartment and there was a relationship with firebombing of his car. But Cassie, I think, is really a sort of key person to highlight here. She filed a lawsuit against Combs in 2023, and it was settled, but it was sort of the thing that kind of started the wave of lawsuits that Combs has faced in the years since. She also had a hit, Me and You, in 2006. It was #1 on the R&B charts. It's a great song. But after that, her career was kind of stalled. And the thinking there that I've gotten from other people I've spoken to in the industry is it was related to her contractual relationship, at the very least, with Bad Boy Records, because she was also teasing a sophomore album that never came out. She didn't leave the label until 2019. And, if your first album comes out in 2006, 2007, that's a big period to not have a career.
And you also mentioned Kanye West, and he's one of the people who showed up here at the court to support Diddy. Now, he was not called to testify. He was not on the witness list, but he did come here and say that he wanted to be here to support Sean Diddy Combs. He was not allowed at first in the courtroom. He had to be in the overflow courtroom. There were 1 or 2 overflow courtrooms during the trial because there was so much interest in what was happening. They had to have that. And but Kanye, Kanye is pretty interesting.
Yeah, and a divisive figure. I think one aspect of this has been sort of interesting to follow on the industry side of things are who are the players that are showing support for Combs in this time, and who are the ones who are showing support for victims like Cassie who've come forward. And there has been quite a lot of support for Combs, and I think that goes back to the conviction that we were talking about earlier, that it doesn't include the sex trafficking charges, that it doesn't include the RICO charges, that a lot of Combs supporters now and at the time sort of saw this as a bit of a victory for him, or much softer than what could have happened. And his supporters, of course, see it as the opposite, that maybe too soft of a charge. But there has definitely been support for him in a way that feels pretty unique to him, but also speaks to the power and influence Combs had for many, many years. I mean, you also have, we were talking about Dawn Richard a little bit earlier, from the R&B girl group Danity Kang. She also testified that group was put together on his show Making the Band, so sort of the catalyst for her career. She, of course, testified that Combs said he would kill her if she mentioned that she saw him harming Cassie. So there are very much a lot of music players coming into the conversation as well. Someone like Kanye is very divisive, of course, and takes a lot of attention away from other things we're talking about in this case. So not surprised that there.
Now, you mentioned some of the more spectacular things to come out of this trial that are making their way into the vernacular. For example, baby oil.
Mm-hmm.
And outside of court, at one point, there was someone giving out baby oil as a sort of a play off of what was going on inside the courtroom.
Yeah.
What do we expect any rappers? You know, we hear about these diss tracks and whatnot. Do we expect any rappers to use any of this, or is it just a no-go?
Yeah, it's an interesting question. I would be shocked if there wasn't somebody who's already rapped, maybe on a more like amateur, novice, sort of unknown underground level. It seems like it would be quite a divisive decision to be making, to choosing to do that now. But because of the fact that like someone's handing out baby oil in front of a trial in a courtroom with some very serious cases kind of shows that there's a bit of a cavalierness to the way that the hip-hop culture and music culture is kind of responding to this in some ways. And some of the people I've spoken to are kind of concerned by it. Of course, the fact that there are male escorts involved adds an extra wrinkle. Some of the experts I was speaking to and some of my sources were brought up the fact that no Diddy has become sort of shorthand rather for sort of like to connote like no homosexual activity or something as a way for people to communicate with each other, which is, you know, now sort of modern slang. But the danger, of course, is distracting from what we're covering here today, which is the sentencing and this case.
And of course, it came out in testimony during the trial that the male escorts were hired to perform in these what were called freak-offs. They were performing with Diddy's girlfriends as he watched and filmed. So that was one of the more salacious things that came out during the trial.
And I've noticed that, at least just even on online music community spaces, that's what's sort of, I think, distracting a lot from this, because it also sort of challenges maybe some images that people might have had of Combs in the past as a public figure. So it's complicating it and maybe making light of it in a way that the internet tends to. But it's interesting because it feels a little bit unique to this case.
So with Combs showing up here, I mean, we won't get to see him. He's brought in from the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. He's driven here. He's brought in the back, underground. He's brought up in the elevator to the courtroom. So only those in the courtroom will get to see him. Of course, there will be sketches, but cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. But we are seeing a very different Combs than we're used to. He's got gray hair, he's got a gray beard, a gray goatee. It's a very different man than what we're used to, the larger than life
Absolutely.
Combs.
And I think a lot of the question is what happens next for him. Professionally, there have already been repercussions. Before he was arrested and arraigned, he lost the key to this city, New York. He had his Howard University degree stripped from him. There have been some repercussions. Nothing on the streaming side is what I get asked pretty frequently. His music is still available on Apple and Spotify. And in fact, when there are big news days like today, historically, we've seen spikes in streams of his music and records he's produced out of curiosity. So it's not really, it's hard to tell what the financial and business response will be to this. And I think a lot of it will come down to what is decided today at his sentencing.
Maria Sherman, AP music reporter, thank you so much for joining us out here in front of the federal court where Sean Diddy Combs is awaiting sentencing in his case. I'm Julie Walker. If you want to know more, you can go to apnews.com. That's our website, or you can go to the AP News app to find out more. Thanks for joining us on the Diddy live stream. We'll have more later.
This is sick, dude. I'm gonna be out there with them.
Center line, because the people who are getting in the courtroom already got their names. Okay, got it.
Ethan, you can just come in the first line.
Very well, I appreciate
thank
you,
you.
right?
Yeah,
I appreciate you.
I have two civil lawsuits against Sean Diddy Combs.
Yeah, I know.
And we represented a number of other alleged victims. Mr. Combs, who spoke to law enforcement and were willing to testify. The court limited the number of alleged victims who could testify. So I'm here today because many of them are afraid if, in fact, Sean Diddy Combs is released. And of course the defense is asking for that, asking for 14 months. With credit for time served, he would then be released by the end of this year.
Yeah.
And they're afraid because they're afraid that...
Who's afraid? The victims?
Some of the victims are afraid that because he knows their names, because the defense was given their names as potential witnesses, that he may get out and try to retaliate against them. So many of them are in fear of that, and they'd like to see justice served. And they couldn't be here today because they don't necessarily live in New York, and that's why I'm here.
Do you think Donald Trump will pardon President Trump? Do you think President Trump will pardon Diddy?
I don't know what President Trump will do.
Are you concerned about that? Is that a fear of you?
Don't know President Trump.
Who are you?
I'm good.
So why are you here today?
Just honestly, you know, obviously this has impacted my life in a way that I can't even really describe, and it's been really like a crazy couple of months for me. So just with it all coming to kind of like a final conclusion, I just
closure. You're saying?
Yeah, it's kind of like a closure scenario for me. Just coming down to it. I mean, if this in fact ends up being closure.
What do you think is going to happen today? What are you hoping for as far as sentencing is concerned?
I mean, you know, my honest opinion is time served.
So you think he's time served?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what should happen. The way the judge has been with, you know, denying the bails and the multiple motions, it doesn't look that way. But, you know, I'm somebody that I look at it purely based on what the law says. And, you know, it's kind of hard to fathom somebody getting that much time for what is called transportation, prostitution. So, you know, that's what I would want to happen based on my experience. And then I have to say this, after the trial, for some reason, a lot of the male sex workers were trying to like come together and speak and have like some type of coalition, which was odd. But a lot of, almost all of them had the same experience I had with not seeing any signs of distress and stuff like that. So, you know, when you start getting more details about it, you kind of question.
How has this all made you feel? It must all be quite triggering, bringing back all of these memories from everything that happened. And...
Yeah, absolutely, man. This has been extremely life-changing for me. You know, I think for the people who actually followed the case and, you know, really know the details, I probably landed on my feet pretty decently in terms of how I'm perceived. But, you know, there's a lot of ideology and opinion and misinformation that you just got to manage. You know, for the rest of my life, you can put my name and this is what I'm associated with.
Have you received any backlash on social media? How's that been like for you online? You know, has everything been okay? Obviously, because you've spoken out.
Yeah, I mean, it's you do get a great deal of negativity, you know, and unfortunately, a lot of the negativity is based around misinformation. You know, people making accusations that I wasn't even part of. You know, I get people sending me negative messages about her possibly getting urinated on.
I miss my mom.
Yeah, this is a good judge. This judge is down.
That's what you take with them, too.
What are you going in for?
I'm going inside for that.
You have your brother, yes.
Immigration, ladies. Right around the corner, revolving door, straight up.
What are you doing today? All right, got the mic working. Fine. How's the volume, everybody? Let's get this party started. Everyone's got their coffee. Okay, got the 10 a.m. start time.
too.
She already said, I don't want to marry now. I don't want to marry. I just want to. Following on those Yeah, I saw her. Yeah.
Diddy letter that sent in. Actually, it was like the night before last. Put it up here. Said, can't change the past, but I can change the future. Well, the God put me here to transform me. Since incarceration, I've gone through a spiritual reset. I'm on a journey. It will take time and hard work. Proud to say, I'm working harder than I ever had before. I'm committed to the journey of remaining a drug-free, non-violent, and peaceful person. I thank God that I'm stronger, wiser, clean, clear, and sober. God makes no mistakes. I realize that this trial has received a tremendous amount of global press. Your Honor, you may be inclined to make an example out of me. I would ask Your Honor to make me an example of what a person can do is afforded a second chance. You allow me to go home to my family. I promise I will not let you down. It will make you proud. Today, we ask for another chance. Another chance to be a better father. Another chance to be a better son. Another chance to be a better leader in the community. And another chance to live a better life. Writing this not to gain any sympathy or pity. Experience the simple truth of my existence and it's changed my life forever. And I will never commit a crime again. Thank you for your time and consideration. Signed, Sean Combs. What do you know about that? We'll leave that up for just a couple minutes, give everybody else a chance to read it if they'd like. Looks like we're on the 15-minute countdown.
Boy, Big Mike. You're not following Big Mike on TikTok. He's so good.
Oh, who do we got? Got somebody pulling up? Who's in the band? I bet it's Mama Combs, probably. That's going to be my guess. Mama Combs is coming.
Phone back.
Who do we think? Who do we think? It's the boys.
How you guys feeling today?
Boys and the dogs, they're all together today.
Daddy coming home? Over the shoulder, please.
Are you feeling this morning?
Daddy coming home?
Brandon, are you saying family member? Or are you saying?
Back up a little bit.
Yeah, I got to back up a little bit. Yo, are you even fucking fresh? No.
Who are you throwing in?
All right, looks like the family is there.
Christian, what up? Justice or injustice today? What you think? Christian, what up? Justice or injustice today? What you think? Right here when you get back.
Like the last son, Christian's there.
Lucci, what up, man?
Be about it.
Justice or injustice today? What y'all think? Justice or injustice today? What y'all think?
Oh, yeah, they're coming out of the woodwork today.
Behind you.
Justice or injustice today? Father coming home?
Okay, that's it. The kids?
Kind of funny, now the friends are showing up. They didn't show up before so much.
Thanks for playing.
They're showing up now just in case. Make sure they stay in good graces, eh?
And more glamorous people watching that.
wait on, sit up and watch the immigration. Just have the papers out. Hey.
Nobody, man. When I was talking behind me. She was behind me. She was like, don't touch me. Don't touch me. I was like, I'm not touching you. You're touching me. I walked across the street. She followed me. She's throwing up her hands, I'm like this to defend myself. I use justification to defend myself. Yes. From on your property to across the street. From your property to across the street. Anything else? So, no problem. Yeah, no problem, bro.
Stop identity thieves in their tracks with a free credit freeze. When your credit information is frozen, no one else can get a loan or credit card in your name. The fastest way to freeze your credit is online. Go to service.transunion.com to get started.
Hello, I'm your child and I'm in prison. Why are you scamming me?
Saving for a trip to Vegas.
Just use Kayak. They search hundreds of sites to find great deals. You don't have to be a bad person. Okay, Mommy.
Kayak.
This is the you're me in the correct microphone. So P. Diddy is inside. P. Diddy is inside. He's before the judge. He's about to be sentenced. At the courthouse, P. Diddy is inside before the judge. He's about to speak. The judge will render a sentence.
No, I wanted to put it back for the department. No, I just wanted to keep it. Are we still live?
morning, we saw Diddy's mother arriving to the courthouse, and that was not long before his children got here. The early minutes of this hearing expected to be pretty technical with the judge.
Good morning. Welcome to the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. We're here at federal court in Lower Manhattan, the building behind me where the 55-year-old Combs will learn his fate. Prosecutors are pushing for at least 11 years behind bars. Combs' attorneys say it should be 14 months. He's already served 13 months in jail while he was awaiting his trial, during his trial, and then while he was awaiting his sentencing. He had asked for bail. He had asked to be let out on bail, but the judge declined. So now he's going to find out what his fate will be. His family is here as well. They arrived a short time ago. 6 of his 7 children and his 84-year-old mother. They all emerged from vans in front of the courthouse. There was a big push for media to get to them. They were behind barricades as the family walked in. They've been here through much of the trial to support him. His mother here every day to support him. She wrote a letter to the judge asking for leniency, saying she knows her son is not perfect, but he deserves to be let out to spend what time she has left as an 84-year-old with her and with the rest of his family, his children. Several of his children also wrote letters to the judge, and Sean Diddy Combs wrote a letter to the judge saying that he's sorry for what he did. He knows just saying sorry is not enough, but he says he's a reformed man. He won't be back in criminal court again, and that he feels like he's ready to be let out and move on with his life. He wants to be back with his family, to be a father to his children. At the same time, Cassie, his former girlfriend, who was one of the prosecution's star witness against him, also wrote her own letter to the judge saying Combs is not a reformed man and that he should be put in prison. He should not be let out. The judge having to weigh a lot of letters from people, and also we'll hear from Sean Diddy Combs in court. He's going to have his chance to address the judge directly. The defense will also have a chance to address the judge, as will the prosecution. And then Combs made a video. It's an 11-minute video. It goes over his life, his music career, his bad boy entertainment producing career. It shows the schools in Harlem, the charter schools that he opened. It's just basically an overview of his life, painting him in a picture that he hopes will be favorable to the judge to let him out. Now, again, I mentioned Cassie earlier, his former girlfriend. Of course, Combs was convicted on 2 counts of the Mann Act for flying around his girlfriends and male escorts for the purpose of sex. Those are prostitution-related charges. They carry a sentence of 10 years in prison each. He was convicted of 2 of those Mann Act charges. He was acquitted on the more serious charges that would have landed him in prison for the rest of his life. That was sex trafficking and also racketeering, the RICO Act. Now, the jury acquitted him of those 2 more serious charges. Now, again, he's expected to address the judge and address the courtroom where his family is now there. And, you know, some of the things we've seen out here, a large crowd in front of the courthouse and a lot of reporters. In fact, people started getting in line for the court Wednesday, sleeping on the street overnight. Those were mainly line sitters, people who wanted to hold a space and sell it for someone else who wanted to actually be in court. Cameras are not allowed in court, so we won't be able to see Sean Diddy Combs, but there will be sketches of him. He's a very different man than what we are used to. He's completely gray, his hair gray, his beard gray, his goatee gray. hair dye not allowed in court. Hair dye not allowed in jail. One thing he has told the judge in his letter is that he is a reformed man. He is a changed man. He talked about his time spent in jail teaching other prisoners life skills. That's one of the things he said he's most proud of, that the other prisoners were asking him for advice on business, and he was able to teach a course to them about how to act, how to do business, how to have some life skills. And also he said that he told them about how sorry he was for what he did. Now again, he wrote a letter to the judge, and that was released yesterday. And in that letter, he does say that I've had to look in the mirror like never before. My pain became my teacher, my sadness, my motivator. I have to admit my downfall was rooted in my selfishness. So he talked about how he was sorry for the things he did to his ex-girlfriends. We, of course, in court saw that widely publicized video of Diddy beating up Cassie in the hotel hallway. And then Cassie, one of the other things Cassie said in the letter to the judge was that it wasn't until that video came out that Combs finally took accountability for what he did to her. Cassie said prior to that, Sean had denied any physical violence with her, and then once the world saw that video, he actually apologized and said that it wasn't him. Another thing he tells the judge in his letter is that he's been able to be drug and alcohol free for the 13 months he has been in jail. It's been like a substance abuse program for him, and he's never been alcohol and drug free prior to that. Another thing that he told the judge, I lost my way. I got lost in my journey, lost in the drugs and the excess. So again, in this 4-page letter that he sent to the judge, he's taking responsibility. But Cassie, one of the star witnesses for the prosecution and his former girlfriend, said to the judge in her own letter, no, he's not. He's not sorry. He needs to be held accountable. She wants him to spend more time in prison. Again, the prosecution asking for 11 plus years. Diddy's own lawyers and Diddy saying that he deserves to be out of jail now. He's served 13 months. They only want him to serve 14. Again, we're awaiting word from inside the court, where we have 2 reporters to find out exactly what's going on, but we believe that Combs will address the court, and we know that there will be an 11-minute video of him shown to the judge. The judge weighing what prosecutors want against what Combs' defense team wants. Combs learning his sentence. Outside federal court in Lower Manhattan, I'm Julie Walker. Stay with apnews.com and our AP app for more information on the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
Sean Combs brought in wearing a white shirt, puts his papers under the table, leans back, and blows a kiss to the gallery. His mother, Brian Steele, standing next to him, whispering in his ear.
Got safety protocols? Grainger has the safety pros to call. Shop our vast inventory of safety products at Grainger.com. Call, click, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Can you please just hear me out? No, all work management platforms are the same. Monday.com is the one you'll actually love to use. It lets you set up your workflows yourself. No admin, no long approval process. You're in charge. Did you see the dashboards? They update in real time from your team's day to day, so you're always in control. No freaking way. I don't have to put the data in myself? Are you for real? Monday.com handles all the boring stuff, so you can focus on what really matters. You know what? I'm ready to fall in love again. Thanks. Talking llama. You don't remember my name, do you? Of course I do. Monday.com, the first work platform you'll love to use. Can you guys see her? Can anyone see Elsie?
Do we have the signed order of forfeiture? USA, yes, I'm handing it up now, Judge. Says, first I'll go over that I've received and the pre-sentencing reports I'll hear from the parties. Judge, I've received the defense reply memo of October 2nd and a letter from Mr. Combs. And the video the defense plans to play here in court. I appreciated the letters. I've received the government's letters from Miss Ventura and others. I appreciate them. Combs, Alexandra, we are going to submit a course evaluation from the MDC. USA, we don't have a copy. Judge, please give her one. Oh, USA, Mia no longer wishes to address the court here today, in part due to the letter submitted by the defense bullying. Wow. Well, there's your first little bombshell for the day. I was really looking forward to seeing what she had to say. USA, we think the defense letter violated your honor's rule. Well. Judge, I thought the tone was inappropriate and it should not happen again. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Combs is still also Giovanni from the program, Judge. Slavic. So, Rule 32 only applies to the parties and the victims. The court is within its rights to exclude character witnesses. (940F-3D167). Judge Berman has used this to limit defense witnesses. Judge, but I can allow them, correct? Because I overruled the defense wanting to exclude Mia. USA, within your discretion. Judge, Mr. Steele, okay, for the children and doctor. Johnson Steele, Reverend Doctor. Judge says, I'll think about the other. Well, there's the first little bombshell of the morning. Wasn't expecting that. Interesting, to say the least. Judge. Now, as to the objection. The defense says acquitted conduct cannot be considered. There's no guidance from any court on this. We don't know what the jury was thinking, but it's about overlapping conduct, and it only impacts the advisory guidelines range. So in other words, the judge didn't have anything to go by from any other previous cases, what he's saying. Judge, acquitted conduct can be considered. See U.S. versus Bond, 2-day circuit, and other cases. Even matters that cannot be considered for the guidelines can be considered under 3553A. Now the U.S. objections. They argue for the criminal sexual abuse guidelines. So the way I'm seeing that, tell me if you think I'm wrong, but it appears the judge is going to use everything he can to get a maximum sentence. Alright, Judge. There is little precedent on what type of threat is required. Wow. But bodily harm makes most sense. Concrete harms. To force Jane and Miss Ventura to engage in sex acts. Does this conduct establish the convicted conduct? Judge, could that mean the requirements of bodily harm threat? There was evidence of that in this case with respect to the hotel nights and freak-offs. But in light of the constitutional questions raised, the court declined to apply those cross-references. But 3553A Judge, since I can consider it under 3553A, it does not impact the sentence. Next, Mr. Cohn's marking of the pads as quote unquote legal, that was troubling. But the intention is not clear. The government could have pushed to clarify it, so I will not apply the enhancement. Oh. Interesting. All right, next. Judge, the government objects to probation not considering Jane and Miss Ventura as vulnerable victims. I overruled it. What made Combs' version effective was their condition. Anyway, the court would reach the same conclusion. Now, Mr. Combs' objections. Yeah, I seen a comment. Judge is threading the needle. Judge, Mr. Combs objects to characterizing Miss Ventura and Jane as victims. That is overruled. Mr. Combs also objects to the escorts were characterized as victims. That is also overruled. They were transported for the purpose of engaging in commercial sex. Judge, there was Jules and Paul and Cabral. Jules, Reggie, and Rico. As to the corrosion, when something is vulnerability is uncompelled, that is from Black Law's Dictionary. It's a broad concept. The threat to release videos into Jane's home Wowza, wowza, wowza. Comment, contempt and corrosion, sure is. Getting deep in here.
How you press that
So yeah, so basically, Judge is saying, you were using your celebrity status and holding things over their head, videos, etc. That's the judge in his words right there. The threat to release videos into James' home. That is corrosion.
Right here. That's why I was asking. Make sure. She's talking with you. Yeah, I know who he is. He hasn't been around today?
Kind of shit.
Oh.
And actually, I have a copy of
Oh, yeah.
Okay, here we go. Judge. Mr. Combs said he was paying for time, not sex. Well, go figure. He has not expressed remorse for transporting people for prostitution. That's coming from the judge. Combs has challenged his guilty full-throatedly, including after the trial. Oh. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Judge, Mr. Combs wants to apply the 0-point offender provision from 2023, but 2024 on other issues. That is not possible under Second Circuit's one book rule. Next, Mr. Combs objects to $5,000 assessment under the status because there are no victims. Judge, denied. Whoa. Judge is not playing here. Judge, I have the forfeiture order. Is this your signature, Mr. Combs? Combs, yes, sir. Judge, Mr. Steele, did you review it? Combs. Kenny Garagos, I did. Judge, I incorporate the order into judgment in this case. Okay, definition. A forfeiture order and a court order directing the property linked to the criminal activity be taken and become government property. Forfeiture can occur through criminal, civil, and administrative processes. In a criminal forfeiture, the order is issued after a conviction for the crime. Interesting. Judge, all remaining objections are overruled. Well then. Come, Garagos. Although you say some points don't impact your sentence, it might impact his eligibility for quote-unquote low categorization if you impose an incarceratory sentence. So, Judge, we can address that. Here it goes. If necessary. I wonder what all the other objections were. Judge just put them all in a blanket and said, overruled. Combs, Shapiro, I'd like to make some more points. We briefed extensively. Judge, 380 pages? Shapiro, we raised due process. The fairness concerns set forth by Justice Sotomayor. We believe militate for our interpretation and preclude the court under 3553. Holy cow.
Build a website you love with Wix. For your words, create your brand, your opportunity, your breakthrough. Feeling a vibe? Run with it. From can't look away to gotta have it. Make every detail yours. Bring out what's
Under
hot.
Code 3553
Remove what's not.
refers to
Crystallize
18 USC
Instantly set a tone that
docket
speaks in your
3553, a
voice
section
to
of the
your
United
audience.
States Code
Keep moving.
that
Your site grows
outlines
with
the
you.
factors federal
Add
courts
solutions
must
that meet
consider
you where you are
when imposing a
and
sentence
take
on a
you
defendant
where you want to go.
convicted of a crime.
Smooth to make, easy to love.
These factors, often called the 3553A factors, require the court to balance. Combs and Shapiro. I wanted to preserve this for appeal should there be an appeal for your sentence. Judge, it is preserved. The PSR says the offense level is 27. I agree. Guidelines of the 70 to 87 months. Whoa! See, Shapiro already knows there's going to be a sentence. And is already preparing for appeal. Judge, I'll hear from the government. USA Slavic, I'd like to respond after the defense as well. Today is about accountability and justice. For 15 years, the victims' lives have been shattered by abuse and exploitation. Okay, here comes the government. Slavic. This is not just a case about freak-offs and hotel rooms. This is about victims. Hard. About a man who did horrible things to other people. His currency was control. He weaponized it. All of the 553 factor points to at least 135 months. Whoa. And she goes on to say, the defense accuses us of seeking 135 months so that the court splits the difference. We think probation's recommendation of 60 months does not account sufficiency for the harm to Cassie and James.
Yeah. Why him? Right. What has he got to offer? Where's she from? Oh, I can't believe it. She just came out a couple months ago. Yeah, she comes in and out. What's up? Nope, no questions today. Sorry. All out. We're out of quota. Yeah. Right in the glass door over there.
USA Slavic. The defendant tries to argue this as just a sex, drugs, and rock and roll lifestyle.
Glass doors.
But this is a case about transportation for prostitution and violence. The defendant admitted to the violence at the trial. The defendant's respect for the law is lip service. Whoa!
The whole family came in today? Kids came in? Yeah. So, I don't believe so, no. I believe they know, but, you know, what we'll have to do like Diddy, I mean, not Diddy, Diggy, and all that. Did to me. I think they have ideas if he did it, but I don't think they saw it. My son next week.
Oh, cow. USA Slavic. Mr. Combs has booked speaking engagements for Miami for next week. That is the height of hubris. He did this for 15 years. He was responsible for transporting many escorts. That's a lot of freak offs and a lot of hotel nights. He knew it was illegal. I can't believe that. If he really, did his PR folks really have him scheduled next week for a speaking engagement? No way. That is crazy. Wow, that is really crazy. I hadn't heard that yet. That blows my mind. Guess it shouldn't though.
Yeah, tons of it. I don't understand why that dude's
I mean, did they really think? I mean, no matter what, did they really think he was going to get out today or next week? I mean, holy smokes! I wonder what the judge thinks of that. Yeah, you think Arctic Air? I mean that's beyond unbelievable. All right, here we go. USA Slavic. Even in cases that decline to apply the cross-reference, significant sentences are handed down, including in this district. Consider U.S. versus Dylan Jordan. He got 60 months, which equals 5 years.
What are you doing? Get your steps in.
I mean, I'm sure there's nothing they can do about that, but golly. What if his lawyers knew about that? If it was his PR people, somebody had to know. Yeah, other analysts are saying that's a real stupid move. His lawyers allowed that to happen. Yeah, he ain't walking out the front door today. He's gonna be going right back out that back door. Shackles. But whatever the judge does do, you know, he's set up, he's followed those guidelines, and he's got some fluctuation to go up or down. Now, early on, he really sounded like he was fixing to give him all he could. But yeah, one way or either way, I'm sure he'll get that 12 to 14 months time served. They'll take that off or whatever his max sentence is. Judge, in the Jordan case, the defendant had been convicted and imprisoned in Cuba in the years prior. Am I correct? And that's why Judge Cronin varied upwards. USA Slavic, that is correct, as well as the other factors. Judge, so there is a distinguishing feature. So, the judge's response to that, I don't know if he's looking at it like, well, there was other prior convictions in prison. So it sounds like he's not really going to use that so much. But then he says there is a distinguishing feature, so I don't know. Okay, USA Slavic also is a case by Judge Kimba Wood. Man act cases with fear, violence, and threats routinely get significant sentences. This is not a simple transportation case, but it has major aggravators. As to Cassie, he hit, held, and stomped on her. USA Slavic. The video from the LA hotel was played many, many times at the trial, and it never got easy. As to Jane, he punched her, he slapped her a little over a year ago when he knew he was under federal investigation. At that trial, they said they owned the violence. That's true. That is true. They did own it. USA, admitting to the violence in front of the jury as part of a trial strategy is not accountability. Freak-offs for extended performances of sexual degradation and humiliation. Cassie and James did not want to have sex with strangers. He made them do it. Alright, as of viewer discretion is advised. USA Slavic. He had an escort urinate in Cassie's mouth until she choked. Her victim impact statement makes it clear she still has nightmares and flashbacks, and the scars on her body. Jane's text makes it clear her anguish and trauma. Holy cow. USA. Slavic. Mia said she got PTSD and anxiety. Dante Nash said he was caused lasting damage. Capricorn Clark says he blacklisted her once she spoke up. Chef Jordan Atkinson wrote how she was impacted. It was real and it was serious. TC, I think max would be like up to 20, but it looks like they're in the 7 to 10 range right now, just by what the judge has been saying or not saying, but who knows, I could be completely wrong.
Good afternoon. This is AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. I'm Julie Walker, and we're here right across the street from the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, where Sean Diddy Combs is awaiting his sentencing. The 55-year-old music mogul is set to find out how much time he will be sentenced to for the prostitution-related charges he was found guilty of back in July. Combs was acquitted of the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering. That's the RICO Act. He was found guilty on 2 counts of the Mann Act. Prosecutors want the judge to send him away for 11 years. Combs and his lawyers basically want time served. He's been behind bars at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn for about 13 months. Now, prosecutors are blasting Combs for, according to them, booking some speaking engagements in Miami next week, apparently assuming he'd be free to do it, saying that is the height of hubris.
Downplays the abuse.
The prosecution's recommended 11-year, 3-month sentence reflects the conduct appropriately consistent with other similarly situated defendants and fully respects the jury's verdict. That is what the prosecution is saying.
Saw no photos of the defendant.
Now, Combs was not, as I said, Combs was convicted of the Mann Act, but he was not convicted of sex trafficking and of racketeering, which he was charged with. Those are the 2 charges that would have carried the maximum sentence of life in prison. As it is, the Mann Act, which is a prostitution-related charge, carries a 10-year sentence in prison. Again, prosecutors want him to be there for 11 years. His lawyers want him out seemingly immediately. He's served 13 months so far. Now, Combs is set to address the court. In a letter to the judge yesterday, he said that he's a changed man. He's a reformed man. He feels like the time he spent at the Metropolitan Detention Center was enough time to change him, to make him a better person. He says in the letter that he knows saying, "I'm sorry," is not enough, but he says he is sorry. Now, Cassie, the prosecution's star witness and Combs' former girlfriend, sent her own letter to the judge saying that he should get the maximum sentence, saying that he's not a changed man, saying that she doesn't believe him, and that when she said that she was assaulted, no one believed her, and he denied it until that infamous video came out of Combs beating up Cassie in the hotel hallway. Several other people have written letters to the judge, members of Combs' family. His mother, she's 84. She says, yes, my son has flaws, but he deserves to be out of jail and spend the rest of his time with her and with his 7 children. 6 of those children are in court now. They are teens and adults. The youngest, who's not there, is a 2-year-old. Those teens and adult children of Combs also wrote letters to the judge, pleading with him to let their father out, saying that he is a good man and he is a good father, and they want to spend time with him. And in Combs' own letter to the judge, which was 4 pages long, he talked about how he missed his children, how he missed important events with them, taking one to college, graduation, other events that he missed that were family time. And again, saying that he's changed, that one of the things that happened to him while he was in jail was that he was able to get off of drugs and able to get off of alcohol. He says he's been drug and alcohol free for 13 months, even though those things can be found in jail at times because they're smuggled in. He says he's not doing any drugs or any alcohol. He also told the judge in his letter that he believes that he will never be back in criminal court again, that he is leaving those ways behind him. He said he was appalled by the things that he had done, and again apologized for them. Now, one of the people who was set to speak today is no longer speaking. That's a former assistant, and she testified under the pseudonym Mia. And she had said that she's no longer speaking because prosecutors say she's no longer speaking because she felt intimidated by the defense after they wrote a letter to the judge.
I guess that really shouldn't surprise
now,
us.
The people who are speaking or who are supposed to speak are his children and two doctors who treated Combs and Combs himself. You know, the trial took 6 weeks, just a little over 6 weeks, actually almost 2 months. We were done, though, by July 4th. So Combs has been waiting for sentencing since the beginning of July, and he's been waiting in jail. He asked for bail and was denied by the same judge. He asked for bail more than once and was denied. So it doesn't seem likely he'll be getting out anytime soon. However, no one knows. I mean, it's a big guessing game, and I just heard a cheer go up from the crowd behind me. And I'm not quite sure what's happening in court at this very moment. We do have reporters in court. I am waiting to get an update from them as we speak. But a cheer did go up from the crowd outside court. Now, the line to get into court started forming Wednesday. There were line sitters out here holding spaces for people willing to pay them. There were more line sitters on Thursday when we were here, and then when we got here at 6 a.m., there were people already outside court lined up to get in. That's the only way you're able to see what's happening, because none of the proceedings are broadcast. There are no cameras in court. And I think I'm hearing that there's a 5-minute break in court, and maybe that's why people were cheering. I'm not 100% sure. We did hear that cheer go up from outside court. Now, during the trial, I was here, and there was always a crowd outside court. There were always people cheering for something. So it's still not 100% sure, because the judge has a lot to go through and to get through before he's even sentenced. I want you to take a look at the media. There's a huge lineup of media here in front of the court. And this case has drawn national, if not international, attention, because Sean Diddy Combs is a music mogul. He ran Bad Boy, the music company. He produced people like Biggie, Smalls. He's very well known, and some of his rap actually changed the way the rap industry focused. I mean, one of the things that Combs did was make an 11-minute video that's going to be shown in court, and in that video they talk about how he elevated rap music to be an aspirational way of life. Also in that video that the Combs team made. You see him with his family, you see him with his children, you see him out in the community, you see him at the charter schools he created in Harlem, you see him, going around the country, visiting people, uplifting people. But again, that's just one side, the side that Combs wants the judge to see and to take into account when he's being sentenced. Then there's the other side of Combs, the side we see in the video that was leaked of him beating up Cassie in the LA hotel room, in the LA hotel hallway. And Cassie reminded the judge in her letter that she doesn't think Combs has changed. She doesn't think he's reformed. She doesn't think he's sorry, and that he deserves the maximum sentence.
I think CNN.
I'm Julie Walker. You're watching the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. For more, go to our website, apnews.com, or go to our AP News app.
And then minus the 14 months, so that would be 4-ish. You got 5, 6-ish. You got 7 here. But that's just my prediction. Okay, we're gonna get a copy refill. Oh yeah, by the way, it's a good time to thank our sponsors for today, Gold Rush Fever Coffee, for sponsoring today's broadcast. Yeah. So give them a little
Wow, you rich. You rich. You think you go live on TikTok, Instagram? I don't even tell you go live on Instagram. Instagram, so when you only have that too. I got one year that why? What did you do? No, you do all right. You do everything. But I like when you're tough. You actually walk the line. You actually do it. You're not tough. I was like, oh my God, you really fucking do that? And you did it. I was like, no way you fucking did that shit. Wow. So yeah, never. He's in the line for years, right? But the DA and shit. He's not coming out today. It's not Mexican. It's not nothing.
All right, there's our sponsor for today, Gold Rush Fever. Great fresh roast and specialty coffee they do. Show them a little love. GoldRushFever.com. Okay, we will be right back. As soon as I get back from break, we'll be back. Probably before that. Stand by. More play-by-play. And the one and only Heinz Scape. Okay, they're back, folks. They're back. Cone, Fiscal. The DOJ has long said the Mann Act prosecution should focus on the commercial cases. Sean Combs did not make a penny from this. The Jordan cases, it's not comparable. He served 8 years in Cuba for sex crimes. That was his second chance. Well, I mean, so they're saying he didn't make a penny from it, but he's got a book or a appearance signing for next week in Miami. So, you think he's doing that for free? I doubt it. Cone, Driscoll. Jordan made $1.4 million. Do you know who, I think it should be how many sex acts that is? He had over 100 clients. Mr. Combs' offense is nothing like that. Well, that's debatable. Three of Jordan's victims reported unwanted sex. One was raped after being drugged. Okay, that sounds pretty similar from everything we heard at the trial. No? I mean, that doesn't even make sense. Unwanted sex, reported several times. Drugged, reported several times, if not every time. Okay, just waiting, just waiting. Hey, let me know if you guys want that background sound from outside turned off. Courthouse looks busy today. Over and above Diddy's hearing. Okay. Oh, it looks like we're going to go back and forth a little bit on this U.S. versus Cage. There's 3, 2.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
So far we know
behind me in the federal courthouse, Diddy is waiting to find out if he'll go to prison or if he'll be set free. And joining me now is Sarah Krisoff. She's a former federal prosecutor, and she's an attorney with Cozen O'Connor. So she knows a lot about what goes on in federal court. Tell us a little bit about these sentencing guidelines. Diddy was found guilty of 2 counts of the Mann Act, which is a prostitution-related charge for flying around his girlfriends and male escorts for the purpose of sex, but he was acquitted of the 2 charges that would have kept him in prison for a long time, if not forever, and he was acquitted on racketeering and on sex trafficking. But what about the Mann Act, the prostitution-related charge? What is the judge looking at when it comes to sentencing?
The first thing the judge had to do here was figure out what the guidelines are. There was a real dispute between the defense and the government about what the applicable guidelines range was. They were vastly different estimates, and the judge sort of parsed through all of that and decided he agreed with probation's determination of the guidelines, which is really right in the middle of 70 to 87 months. But the probation is really an arm of the court, and they have an obligation to independently determine the guidelines as well. But ultimately, the judge is sort of taking everyone's input, coming up with what he thinks is the appropriate guidelines range, and then that's the starting point, I think, for him in imposing sentence at this point.
Now, prosecutors wanted 11 years. Is there any chance that he'll get 11, or do we just not know until the judge makes a determination?
Listen, nobody knows what the judge is going to do until sort of the last moments of this, where the judge asks Mr. Combs to stand up and he imposes sentencing. And frankly, the judge may not even know what he wants to do. He's going to have a really good idea, but he certainly could be swayed one way or the other by the arguments he's hearing and will continue to hear for the next few hours.
Now, let's talk about those arguments. I mean, this is the chance for Mr. Combs to get up in court and to talk to the judge, to speak to the judge, and we're also told that his family will get a chance to speak, and they're going to show a video. Actually, Combs' team is showing a video, and it's an 11-minute video. I saw it. It shows him in a totally different light. It shows him as a family man, as a community man. Is this something that's usual, or is this unusual to do an entire video?
Listen, the defendant always, by statute, has a right to speak at sentencing, and if the court did not allow him to speak, it would be a big problem. Eventually, the sentencing would have to be redone. So we certainly expect to hear from him at the end of this. Sometime, the defendant usually gets the last word, sort of in the order of things, that goes last. But in this case, we've already heard from the defendant in a few different ways. We have, a letter from him. We have this video. The judge has made it very clear that he is concerned that Combs is not repentant at all, or is not really accepting responsibility for his actions, and that's going to sort of play into what the judge does at the end of the day. So I'm curious to hear when Combs actually stands up and speaks live, does he take on a little bit more responsibility?
That's been an issue that's come up. Some of the letters to the judge from those who testified, like Diddy's ex-girlfriend Cassie, has said that she doesn't believe that he does feel remorseful, and she doesn't believe that he is a changed man. I mean, how much weight will the judge assign to those letters from people who say that he should not be let out and he should spend time in prison?
Yeah, I mean, the judge definitely seems to be concerned about that. He's raised it a few times during the course of the sentencing already.
The average sentence
and it's a very hard line for the defense team to walk, because on one hand they want to preserve their appeal and they don't want to admit to any conduct, and they're trying legally to avoid admitting responsibility. On the other hand, they want to present a defendant who's contrite, who has remorse, to the judge in order to get some empathy from the judge. So it's really hard to balance those two things.
You bring up the idea of an appeal. Is that something? I mean, his lawyers have tried to overturn the verdict. Is that an appeal something that is also going to be happening later on?
Yeah, I am confident they will be bringing in an appeal no matter what happens in connection with the sentencing. It may just be an appeal of the conviction, or it may be an appeal of both the conviction and the sentencing, depending what the judge does during the course of today.
This is the same judge who would not let Combs out on bail. He tried to offer bail, lots of money, and the judge said, "No, you're not going anywhere. You're sitting in jail." And he's been at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn for the past roughly 13 months.
Yeah, I mean, one of the problems for Mr. Combs is sentencing after trial, after all of these bail hearings, is that the judge has heard so much information about Combs, even much more information than the jury heard, right? And so the judge has to try to put that all aside and really decide the sentence on a narrower category of information. But it's hard to do that, right? It's hard to unhear what he's already heard.
And some of the things he did here were, I mean, it was quite a sordid trial, and it was, there were things that, you could see. I was in court at times, and the jury was, eyes wide open type of situation there. Were you surprised at all with the verdict?
I mean, I thought the defense had done a very good job of this from the beginning, right? They had a narrative. They said essentially, our client did bad things. He just didn't do these bad things, right? These are essentially state crimes. They don't fit into this federal framework. Jury, your verdict should reflect that. They had a narrative. They started with a narrative. They ended with a narrative. They did a really good job with all of their cross-examinations, their addresses to the jury. So, it wasn't. To me, it wasn't a surprise that the jury ended up with a sort of compromise verdict that they did.
Okay. Any other interesting observations as a former federal prosecutor? Because so you've been in the role of, we know Maureen Comey was the main force behind this, and she's been fired by Trump, so she's not here in court on this case today, but there are other federal prosecutors there. What's it like for a federal prosecutor to be there, to be pleading their case with the judge?
Yeah, listen, they had a big team on this case. They had a remarkable number of prosecutors. I was sort of stunned when I saw how many were filing in connection with the case. So they have a big team to pick up the work that Ms. Comey was doing. This is high pressure for those prosecutors because they had, I think, from their viewpoint, was very much a loss at the trial. They didn't get what they wanted in connection with the trial, and I think now, they want to win here, so they are putting everything forward to try to get that win.
All right, well, Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. Sarah Kristoff, a former federal prosecutor and an attorney with Cozen O'Connor. Okay. I'm Julie Walker, and we're here at the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan for the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. As we said earlier, prosecutors want him to spend 11 years behind bars. The defense wants him out. He has a speaking engagement planned for next week in Miami. So we'll see how this all plays out. Stay with apnews.com and AP News on our app for lots more information about the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
A6 says to avoid unwarranted sentencing disparity. I've read all 900 Manhattan cases available on patient. His case is different.
Thank you so much.
Judge, who's next? Ms. Westmoreland. Can read all the cases for one, but each one's different. different case. All right, done with Driscoll. Now that's Westmoreland for Combs. I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life, and on the commitment he made while in the NBC. Mr. Combs was successful, but he used it to help others. He touched many more lives than I can cover in the next minutes. I want to focus on the inspiration Mr. Combs has given throughout his life. He was successful, but he used it to help others. Oh yeah, until they turned him down. Come on, Westmoreland, you got more? All right, here we go. Cones, Westmoreland. There were not many black-owned labels. Mr. Combs had the audacity and sent a message that you can do it. Clothing, too. It was not just urban streetwear, it was upscale, it brought unity, it inspired change. Yeah, I see a comment. So all the copyrights, music, and their royalties. Cones, Westmoreland. In spirits, our community finally had a seat at the table, a voice, a real voice. Then there was revolt, SOBs. Okay, just waiting for the next comment to drop from inside the courthouse. Okay. Cole, Westmoreland. He's just trying to help. He opened 3 chapter schools in neighborhoods where the schools were not good. The motto was Black Excellence. The youth are our future. Mr. Combs personally inspired me. I went to an event in D.C. That coming from Westmoreland. Westmoreland. Mr. Combs was there. He said, "Listen, everyone. So, I'm sorry." He said, "Don't be afraid to dream. Just remember to wake up, put actions behind your dreams." And then he said, "Don't forget to help others." That changed my life, she says, with a sob. Oh, come on now.
Actually, you know what? Where you going to? The county clerk?
What we got? These LA actors now.
That should be open, I'm pretty sure.
Want to be...
Yeah, you'll be to see it right there. Instead of going down there, down the steps, just go right there to the driveway, make a left, you're good to go. Thank you so much. That was about to happen. That was about to happen.
Oh my goodness. Westmoreland, Mr. Combs is just a man. He's made some mistakes. He has flaws like we all do. But how many of us can say that we've helped so many lives? Countless lives. He's been in jail and he's remorseful. I spend every day speaking with him. Oh my goodness. Seriously? Westmoreland and NBC, Mr. Combs started asking people their dreams. That's how Free Games for Diddy was born. No one has done that in the NBC before. Westmoreland. There is no benefit to warehousing Mr. Combs in prison. Thank you. All right, so attorney number 2, done. Judge, Mr. Steele. Steele. We wanted his children to come up, then show the video, Judge. Please come forward. My name is Quincy Brown. He's my father. All right, we're going to let all the children speak. Quincy Brown, he is transformed. He will not jeopardize his freedom again. As his children, we wish to heal together. All right, that's from Quincy. Next up is Mr. Justin Brown, or Combs. Mr. Justin Combs speaking next. I ask you to give my father a second chance. My father is my superhero. My father always told me to believe in God. Next. Well, not next. Still Justin. Sorry. Still Justin Combs. I talk to my father every day. Every other hour. Every other hour? How's that? I think they get that much talk time on the prison phone or jail phone, do they? Interesting. I'm sure you do, though. Alright, that was it from Justin. And next you got Christian Combs. I'm the one who most resembled my pops. My mannerism. My whole life I studied my dad up and down. He is the greatest man in the world. My superhero. Alright, Christian Combs. He told me to treat women like a queen, and I do. I see in his eyes, as his twin, that he has changed. Alright, next up, Christian's done. Next is Jesse. My name is Jesse Combs, and I am 18 years old. Cries. When my mother died, I was just a little girl. I remember my dad sitting us down. Okay, so Jesse, that's the first daughter. Guess she had to pause because she was crying. And if Mama comes, she's going to speak too. Kind of interesting. The boys only had a couple of lines to say, huh? Okay, Jessie's composed herself, I guess. She goes on, it helped me survive when I was wanting my mom. Oh, and that's it from her. All right, so Jessie is done. Next, we have Miss Chance Combs. Of course, she cries as well. My name is Chance Combs, his daughter. He's changed. Cries, sorry. He speaks with a clear mind. And that's it for her. And we have Miss Delilah. My name is Delilah Combs. We watch our 2-year-old sister. She cannot grow up fatherless. Oh, she won't. She'll just be behind bars. She'll still have the father. So is that it? I'll just have a little short one-liner scripts. I guess that's all they can remember, huh? It almost makes it appear like they don't have anything natural to say. I don't know. Maybe I'm reading too much into it. Maybe I'm reading into it too much. Right, Delilah continues, Your Honor, please, cries. Let us move forward, not as a headline, but as a family. All right, Judge, thank you all. This is important for me to hear. Combs, still. We would like to show the movie here on X last night and here. Okay, I'm going to post a link to the video, guys and gals. There is a link to the video they're referencing if you should want to view it now or later. I guess we can watch it since we're going to be watching it. Oh wait, I can put it up here, can't I? Let me do that. Movie time at the Diddy Sentencing.
What are you giving to the world? I don't think you know, man.
When my baby cries.
You gotta give her a bottle then. Know that you mean something to people. Know that you mean something to people. Like you live somewhere in people's heart.
My nose fell off. No, then my lip fell off.
Thank you. You wear it? You inspire, you energize, and you've left that for the rest of the existence of this planet, man.
Good afternoon. Welcome to AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. We've been
One thing about great producers is they make you want to do better and be better about what you do.
And with me now,
and he made me feel like I could do anything and go anywhere.
And she is also a defense attorney.
From New York. I love New York. I love the city of New York. I love the children of New York. I wanted to do something good. I wanted to get my generation in the hip-hop community behind us. They come through in a big way. And we wanted to raise some money for the children of New York City for health and education. We have a huge education crisis. And, you know, this is just a start. It's something we're going to be committed to. I'm going to be committed to for a lifetime. And there's no better way than taking it to the streets. It's a beautiful city running all around the city. It's going to be painful. It's going to be rough. But, you know, if we get through it, then it'll show kids and everybody else that, you know, finish what you started and you can do anything you put your mind to. Any of y'all go to public schools?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm running to raise money for your school. So y'all get more books and computers and stuff like that. I just feel like it's important that us, you know, young adults of power, that we look out for y'all. And we utilize our power to make sure y'all all right in the future. Put everything you can into your work, you know. Don't think the cool thing is not to do your work. Don't think the cool thing is to hang on the corner with your friends and to talk about stuff that ain't gonna protect your future.
What did you learn about him as a man who was taking up a new sport?
Well, you know, I was actually very impressed. You know, a lot of people think it's just a celebrity stunt, that he isn't serious about his running. He is as serious about his running, has been the last 9 weeks, as a lot of these guys in the lead pack. I mean, he's really devoted and dedicated himself to running. You know, he's had some knee problems, and a lot of people don't think he's going to finish. He is going to finish, even if he has to do it on one leg, because he's raised a lot of money for kids' charities, and he's not going to let all those people down.
a video that Combs made. It's an 11-minute video that shows his life, shows all the things he's done,
We're going straight to the top, baby. Let's go is a constant reminder. Let's go. Boom. Live in the present. Sometimes, you know, you daydreaming. Sometimes, you know, Uncle Diddy got to hit you with let's go. Clap it up on the sideline. Get our energy right. Come on. To make sure that you're pursuing your dream, that you're staying focused. Let's go. Let's keep going forward. Let's go means let's be positive. Let's take it up another notch. Let's go spend time with our kids. Let's go. Let's give thanks to God. Let's go. You know, let's turn it up. Let's get in the vocal booth. Let's stop procrastinating. Let's go. You know, let's understand what it's going to take to achieve that dream.
You know, to have, you know,
so instead of talking about the guns and the violence, I was always talking about a better life. Places we didn't go before, things we never wore, cars we never drove, houses we never lived in. I think I brought an aspiration in, tried to take it out of just being street. Our whole stuff was a fantasy and a dream that I always felt would come true.
She was one of the prosecution's star witnesses. She did send a letter to the court.
I started out just like
she
you
doesn't
guys.
believe he's a changed man. She doesn't
I come from
believe
New
he's
York.
sorry.
I grew up in Harlem.
He should get the maximum. Now,
I used to have to wear a uniform every day. Had to get up early in the morning, had to travel to go to school.
Combs, is he deciding
I worked
between
hard,
time already served
just like you guys
and
work.
maximum, or because prosecutors
This
did
country,
ask for 11 years?
In this world we live in, they have planned for y'all.
And the place, frankly, the judge is probably
I didn't
going to
listen to
end
that.
up
I don't want y'all to
or the
listen to
sentencing
it.
guideline as the judge has determined that. So the
Y'all
judge
are great.
essentially adopted
Y'all are
the
kings.
probation's
Y'all are
determination
queens.
of what the sentencing
Y'all are
guidelines
leaders.
are, the 70 to 87 months range.
I just got so
the judge
excited
has already
because this
said,
is
he
truly a dream
signaled
come true
to
for
everyone
me.
in the courtroom. This
And I'm happy to say
where
this
I
is
think
our
the
third
sentence should
school
be.
we have opened. It's official. When we come together as a people, nothing can stop us. What I want to do with my freedom is, make sure that I can make change.
And I found out that Mr. Sean Diddy Combs posted me on Instagram.
We met Sean Diddy Combs for the first time, and Sean gave Trey a $25,000 grant, which allowed us to open a physical store.
Revolt as one of the only black-owned networks. We have to own something. We have to have something that's ours. We have to have something that we can control our narrative, and we can speak about things that are important to us, and we can have a platform and a foundation to be free. But I want to get advice from y'all. I want to not just have a one-way conversation.
We need a platform where they can put artists that are different, really different, that we can get a shot on other stations.
Working for Revolt TV and working for Diddy was absolutely life-changing. It was the best job I've ever had. I learned excellence through him.
I don't see enough
highly suspect they are going to have trouble staying quiet after the defense presentation. So we're going to have an opportunity to hear from the government again, and there may be some back and forth.
African American communities are last.
Gets the last
The only people that are going to change that is us. We have to stand strong together, and we have to get to that change.
Takes a break and imposes sentencing, or imposes the sentence, or he may just roll right into the sentence. Is Combs himself. So
what's the secret to peak health? Going micro with Noom. Micro habits, micro wins, even microdose GLP-1s.
Micro? I can do micro.
Get started at Noom.com.
What's up, guys? This is Will Witt back on the streets for PragerU. Today we are at CSUN asking students what they think about ChatGPT
One person the court,
and AI.
another person actually, the court will not hear from is
use ChatGPT,
former
AI
assistant
for
of
homework
Combs,
assignments, things like
who
that.
testified for the prosecution. She went by the name Mia. That wasn't her name. It was a pseudonym. She had wanted to address
You ever feel
the
guilty
court,
using it?
but
Like, man, I could really do this myself.
Combs'
You have a robot doing it?
defense team sent a
No,
lawyer
I
to
don't
the
feel guilty
court,
because I'm learning in
sent
the
a
process.
letter to the court,
Sometimes,
and
it does make me do it.
the
You see a lot of
prosecution
students on
said that
campus
Mia
using it
felt
for
like
cheating
she
and stuff
was
like that.
being felt like she couldn't come forward.
We won't tell anyone.
I mean, there was a very strongly worded letter from the defense team to say it was inappropriate for Mia to speak. And so they had really two arguments. One is that she had already testified. She'd already talked at trial.
I got something for you. Remember I told you I had a present for you?
That the jury had acquitted on those counts that related to Mia's testimony. So she was not a victim, a statutory victim under the law for the counts of conviction for which Combs was being sentenced. That was their argument. It was worded quite aggressively, which the judge sort of tried the defense team put out today, but ultimately Mia decided she did not want to speak. I think the judge very much would have let her if she had decided she wanted to,
accentuate the positives.
Determination on her.
You're doing great, girl.
Observations or thoughts?
You're doing great.
Federal prosecutors
You're doing great. I want you to be happy about your life. You're doing great. We got a lot of living to do now. We got a lot of living to do. Don't have me come behind me. I'll be taking you everywhere. You be going everywhere.
Both sides head up together.
Okay,
you were a little boy. Jeannie Ned.
Okay, Jeannie.
Having success here.
I'm telling you right now, you did a great job. I'm wrapping my head around the meeting. You did a great job at the same time. So pleasure to meet you.
I'd rather at the end of the day be the one standing there with you was the best person. You made us feel the best as a person.
It rests in the hands of the judge. I mean, this is one of the hardest things for judges to do. You'll hear that if you talk to any federal judge, they will say sentencings are always the hardest. But the judge has a lot of information now.
Two, you got a two. That's two.
My name is Pookie the Bird.
Well, the judge has a lot of information. That is so true. The judge has a lot. Again, the prosecution wants 11 years and 3 months. The defense basically wants time served.
We're going to be shuffling it up.
Already has a speaking engagement coming up that he's booked in Miami on the 6th of October, I believe it is. So they expect that he'll be getting out, but we'll only know once the judge makes a decision and makes that decision public. You're watching AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. You can find out more on apnews.com or on our AP News app. And if you like coverage like this, if you like our journalism and our coverage, we have reporters on the ground all over the world. We have reporters in court now. If you like this, please consider donating.
We have breaking news to tell you about now. Modeling actress Kim Porter, who shares 3 children with Sean Diddy Combs, has been found dead.
She just loved me unconditionally, you know. She just loved me just for me. It's like the closest you could be like with a person.
I get to thinking about her, and I go to crying about her.
Today, now I'm a full-time dad, and I'm going to be there for you through everything, all of y'all.
Every Sunday, I gotta slow everything down and do the family ritual, get the family together, make some girls watching church.
There is a definition of grace that is more.
Pops, I love you. Thank you for loving us. Thank you for loving me. Thank you for inspiring. I've looked up to you and admired you outside of you just being my father, just you being just a great human being, a kind human being.
I love how you inspire me to keep going, to never stop following my dreams, to always believe in myself.
See a book, but in that middle part.
I wanted to tell you how much I love you, how much I care for you. Thank you for being so supportive of me and my siblings' dreams, for always encouraging us to go for whatever we want. We love you. We can't wait to make more memories of you. Just like thank you for everything you do for us. Yes. And I want you to know that you're loved more than you think.
I had to pick this trophy. I want the best person trophy. But I know in order for me to get into heaven, I'm not going to get in there, well, come on in heaven, you had 20 hit records.
That don't mean nothing, and that's what this world is for. They're gonna say, oh, come on in heaven, you was a nice person. I love you.
I love you so much.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Hi, Daddy.
You wake up in the morning, it's a brand new day. Blue skies above, it's a perfect day. Sunshine is shining just clouds away.
Hell is different than you think. They take the best parts of you, the human.
I know he will. He does it for the family.
Alright, after the movie. After movie time with Diddy. Courtroom. Judge Mr. Steele will be speaking next. Steele, the Reverend Dr. Johnson. Then the man from the reentry program from it. Judge, any more lawyers? Steele, myself, then Mr. Donaldson. Judge, we will resume at 2 p.m. All right, folks, quarters on recess until 2 p.m. So we'll continue outside, see if anybody comes out on break, but looks like it's going to be an all-dayer. Thought it might get over about 2, but does not appear to be the case.
Who's that lady?
Here today. I didn't know you had any relation to Sean Combs. Who's coming out? Are you advising him spiritually? Oh, how big is Diddy's dick? How big Diddy's dick? You think Diddy's coming out? How many years do you think Diddy's getting? How many years? Thank you. Shut up. Thank you.
Dirty ass. Fucking God. I'll wash your dirty ass up. I don't know.
Just for you.
I just want to live long enough. Before I buy that house.
went left inside because I like staying too long.
Going this way or that
baixo. Which one? Pink one? It's possible. We need it? That's not yours. I wonder if that gives it away. What? Give it away, give it away.
Welcome to AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing hearing. Behind me, the courthouse, where Sean Diddy Combs will find out from a judge how long, if at all, he'll be in prison. Joining me now is Mike Sisak, AP reporter, who's been in court all day with Combs. He's been in court the whole time during the trial as well. What are you seeing?
Well, I think the big question today is how long will Combs' sentence be, but the more immediate question is how long will his sentencing hearing go on for? Right now we're at a lunch break. We've heard so far from 2 lawyers speaking on behalf of Sean Diddy Combs, and then we also heard from 6 of his 7 children. All of his children except for his 2-year-old daughter spoke in court, spoke about how their father is a hero to them and that they want him back in their lives. Then right before the lunch break, lawyers for Combs played a video, an 11-minute video that showed highlights of him as a father, as a family man, as a businessman, and also highlighting some of his philanthropic endeavors, charter schools that he founded, running in the New York City Marathon, things like that. All of this to try to convey to the judge that Sean Combs is a changed man and not the person that was put on trial, accused of heinous crimes, violence, and ultimately convicted of 2 prostitution-related offenses. Now, of course, we also heard from prosecutors. They were emphatic in their arguments to the judge, Christy Slavic, the prosecutor, saying that despite what you may hear from the defense, that Sean Combs is a changed man in his year-plus in jail, that you have to remember the underlying conduct here, that he is admitted to domestic violence, that he was shown on video in that now infamous tape of the Intercontinental Hotel in Los Angeles where he is beating and kicking and dragging Cassie, his former girlfriend at the time. The prosecutor trying to counter the narrative that Sean Combs is this changed person by reminding the judge, as the judge is formulating this sentence, to consider the totality of the evidence and everything that came out during this trial.
Other people reminding the judge to consider that they think Sean Diddy Combs is not a changed man. Cassie, his ex-girlfriend. At the time, she was his girlfriend, and she's the one in the video seen being kicked and punched by him. Now, she sent a letter to the judge saying that she doesn't believe he's changed, she doesn't believe he's sorry, and she wants him to do serious time.
That's right, yeah. The judge received letters from Cassie, Cassandra Ventura, the R&B singer, who I think dated Combs for more than a decade and was a key figure in this trial, key witness for the prosecution. They also received, the prosecutors conveyed a letter from a woman who testified under the name Mia. Mia was supposed to speak in court today, but the prosecutors said to the judge that she has decided not to do that, in part because she felt bullied, intimidated intimidated by Sean Combs' lawyers. They wrote a letter during the week objecting to her appearance at this sentencing hearing, and they accused her of lying. They said she came in here, used a pseudonym, put on a fake voice, put on a fake posture, and they contend that everything she testified about, and she made some grave allegations about sexual violence, sexual abuse, they say she was lying. So the prosecutors say they will not be bringing in any witnesses, any victims to speak in court, but that they will convey those messages through the letters that have been received and ultimately their arguments. On the flip side, we've already heard from 2 lawyers for Combs, 6 of his 7 children. 3 more lawyers are going to speak in the afternoon, and then Sean Combs himself will address the court.
That's because the accused always gets the last word. I mean, he will have his right to speak, even though he didn't speak during the trial. He didn't take the witness stand, which of course was his right during the trial, but he will speak today.
That's right. A lot of rights here at play, a lot of constitutional rights that protect all defendants, and Sean Combs exercising those. At trial, he elected not to testify on his own behalf. He spoke briefly in court during the trial, just conveying to the judge that he was making that decision not to testify on his own volition and his own accord. And then today, his lawyers have said that he will exercise his right of allocution, it's called, which is a defendant's right to speak in court, to potentially show remorse, to try to convince the judge to show leniency. And Sean Combs gave a preview of what he's going to say in court in a 4-page letter that he sent to the judge yesterday. In that letter, he talked, as his lawyers did today, about being a changed man, about how going to jail after his arrest in September of 2024 has allowed him to kick drugs and alcohol, how while behind bars he has taught a class to other inmates, conveying his business skills in a 6-week course that was called Free Game with Diddy. And then in other letters sent in by his lawyers, there are people who say that he's going to continue to teach and continue to impart his knowledge on people. He has speaking engagements, in fact, lined up for next week in Miami, a point that prosecutors seized on and said he is acting like he's going to be a free man in just a few hours or just a few days, scheduling appointments outside of jail. Prosecutor Christy Slavic said that was the ultimate hubris because the judge has not yet decided on a sentence. Prosecutors want more than 11 years in prison. Combs' lawyers want him released almost immediately. They're calling for 14 months, which is just about going to line up with how much time he's already served.
And then the sentencing guidelines are about 70 months, right?
Yeah, about 6-7 years. In the federal court system, there are these things called federal sentencing guidelines, and they are established essentially to make sure that John Doe and a person in Oklahoma and a person in California and a person in New York and Sean Combs are all sentenced under the same basic formula and the same basic amount of time. Now, there are various factors, the severity of the offense, criminal history, and then other factors. Prosecutors, for example, wanted an increased offense score, they call it, or increased time for certain things that they say were relevant to this case, the violence and the brutality. There were some enhancements, as they call them, including for coercion. Now, you have to remember that Sean Combs, there was a split verdict at his trial. It was a mixed verdict. He was convicted on 2 prostitution-related charges: transportation for the purposes of prostitution, a violation of the Federal Mann Act, which is a century-plus-old statute. Those charges, 2 counts, each count is punishable by up to 10 years in prison. He was acquitted on the more serious charges of sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, which could have landed him behind bars for the rest of his life. Those carry a maximum life sentence. So he was acquitted, and he, celebrated a partial victory when the trial concluded in July. But at the same time, he is facing potentially years behind bars, and the judge has said that while the jury acquits you on charges, it does not necessarily acquit you of conduct, and the violence and the coercion and things like that can factor into how the sentence is handed out.
Now let's talk about how Diddy looked in the courtroom, because cameras are not allowed in the courtroom. We will be seeing sketches later on, but there are no cameras. So we only can go by what you tell us and what we see in the sketches. And I've been in court with you, and we see a very different Diddy. He's got the gray hair, he's got the gray beard, the goatee is gray. What did he look like today? I'm told he was wearing his own clothes today.
That's right, yeah. Sean Combs looked very similar to how he did at his trial. His trial started in May, ended in July. he's in a federal lockup, so he does not have access to hair dye. So we remember Sean Combs as having this jet black hair. He doesn't have that anymore. It's more salt and pepper, gray, white in spots. He was allowed to wear, normal clothes, quote unquote, non-jail attire. He's wearing a light-colored sweater over a button-down shirt with dark pants. He came into court. He waved to his family, his supporters in the audience. He conferred with his lawyers, put on a pair of glasses, and started reading some of the legal documents, some of the many, many legal documents that are involved in this case. But yeah, Sean Combs came from this jail where he's been for more than a year, and for at least a few hours today, he is looking the part of the Sean Combs of old, if not for the hair. Still the salt and pepper, not the black hair that we're used to.
Well, Mike Sisak, thank you very much. I know you have to go back into court. I know we're on a lunch break now, but that doesn't last very long. Thank you for joining us. And if you like the coverage that you're seeing, if you like the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing, we have reporters on the ground all over the world bringing you stories and reporting. Please support us at apnews.com. Donate.
They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming. They're all going to speak over there, I'm assuming.
The money counter just ticking off my brain.
Taxi meter.
I have a taxi meter in my head. We're just counting off the money I'm making.
Set air to get.
So I've narrowed it down to 3 hotels, 4 hotels, 5. Maybe next vacation. Soon. Hopefully next year. It is going to be all I can say is got it narrowed down. 2 hotels are for me and my wife, and 2 hotels are for my kids. 2 is adult and 2 is for me. I haven't decided which one I'm going to go to. Tanisha will have help. You can get that here.
I'm the dude. Damn. I was going to change from the beginning.
Yeah.
Alright, bro, I'm putting this shit down.
Start coming up on a regular basis, doing the same damn thing, smoking a cigar, drinking beer.
I feel like I should go one more time. You never know when it's the last one.
second part of the day. See if you can get this wrapped up today. I'm going to be pushing it down to the wire. Judge, Mr. Steele, Combs, Steele, I am honored to practice in this majestic courthouse. I sit here with tears in my eyes. I can't believe we're here. Sean has impacted America in such a positive manner. Really? Is this where we're going? Combs, Steele, the jury has spoken. We have been convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act. Sean's father was killed when he was 3. He was raised in Harlem in the 70s. It was different. His mother had 3 jobs, then moved to Mount Vernon.
They resume. The defense is still talking to the judge.
Aujourd'hui, ça finit ou lundi? Lundi. Lundi. I think it's going to be Monday. I think it's going to be Monday.
No.
I think so.
Yeah, within the next hour. Judge is made up of fun.
Steele goes on. He goes to Howard, but he has another idea. He goes to work at a record company. He's in the studio with artists. His ear is better than everyone's. He works harder than anyone else. More trauma. His best friend is shot in L.A. in a drive-by shooting. Still goes on. Sean is upset. He's trying to break down barriers. He has an operation, and he gets addicted to the painkillers he's given. He has been high from then until 2024. You heard it at trial. He was medicated because his body was hurt. His emotion, too. Still, on occasion, he would hit the woman he loved. He loved Miss Ventura. I have been with Sean more than my family since I met him. He has taken responsibility. He would have pled guilty to the Mann Act, but they wouldn't offer that. Still goes on. I've been there with Sean. He has prayed for healing for anyone he has hurt. It is now 12 months and 17 days in MDC. There are certain people who gain prestige if they hurt him. The guard stopped a man with a shank. He ate out of bags, chips. Still goes on. He lives with 25 people in one room. There's a TV area, a supposed bed. There are drugs there. He has not taken drugs. There is violence. The water is polluted. You have to boil it. There are screams day and night. Doesn't sound like Steele's trying to write a script for a movie. Although, unfortunately, as a long-time prison worker, I can say a lot of that is probably true. Yes, Yes, there's definitely drugs in prison or jail. Don't worry, once you get to prison, it'll get a little better. Probably more drugs, too. You'll get burger nights, pizza night. Oh, yeah. Believe me. No, he's not supposed to sleep with all 25 of those people that are in that so-called one room. Is that it for steel? Hope everybody's having a good Friday. Come on, Judge, move them along. Let them burn up the whole day.
So él te está mandando por un lado.
Somebody said, one room, 25 people on a big bed? That's what he likes, isn't it? Why is he complaining now? Steele. Some in the media, not all, who have written that Sean is an outcast, a leper. That is not true. He has done things I would only dream of doing. There is a man released to his home, Charles Scruggs. He can speak. He is by the phone now. So I guess now it's the some of the media's fault. And still goes on. October 6th is not a speaking engagement. It is that people realize he is different. He can speak about drugs, about putting your hands on a woman. He can change people's lives. It is not a speaking engagement. It's a healing. Oh, so Steele's admitted that they've already got something scheduled for October 6th. So, October 6th, no, it's not a speaking engagement. And no, he's not going to get paid for it. Right. There you go, Ed. I don't know if I could watch that video, though. Sean can speak about drugs. You can speak about drugs on a silver platter, all right. What kind you want. So, the morning rundown. Prosecution said a few things. Of course, said why me wasn't going to speak today after all because of the bullying from the defense. Defense, all the attorneys spoke. Children spoke pretty much one-liners. Then they took a lunch recess. Now we're in the afternoon session. Hopefully we'll get finished today. Let's see, Steele is speaking now. Hopefully he wraps up pretty quick. Then there's one or two more on the prosecution side if the judge lets them. And there's a program person that the judge lets him speak on Combs' behalf. And then allegedly Combs is to speak at the end. We shall see. And yes, it was announced and is verified by his own team that they've already scheduled, or Combs has already scheduled with his PR people, an October 6th speaking engagement in Miami. So, premeditated, thoughts that he's going to walk out the door today or by next week.
So then I went in the station also. And when I get inside the station, I said, what the New York City? So I took the pictures. I said, then I put them again. I said, it's 15 years. I'm glad to see you guys after New York.
And the longer it runs on, the more the crowd picks up outside. Right now we're looking at the front door. There's definitely a crowd. Looking at some other cameras. There's one arrested appeared earlier already. Yeah, he should get out of jail, all right. Out of jail and straight to prison is where he should be going. All right, update. Still speaking. This was a voluntary sexual encounter consented by 2 adults. I agree with Ms. Shapiro. This issue preclusion, double jeopardy, a due process violation. Oh, goodness. And I'm streaming some feeds, and then our good reporter from Inner City Press is inside tweeting the play-by-play for us. Not just us, but in general. He's been covering it all along. Good coverage. We missed, on a side note, we missed some of the later action in Portland last night because of that stupid scheduled outage they had in my city. We did see one KO and a couple of arrests down there, but did you see that video of what's his name getting arrested later? Yeah, apparently that Nick, one of the good guys, was getting somewhat attacked or something by the Antifa folks, and when he defended himself, then the Portland police, who haven't done nothing about anything else, apparently arrested him. I seen a video of it, but earlier on, though, we covered it for a while. It was pretty spicy. One guy started picking on another guy. He got KO'd, and then he pushed one of the ICE guys and ended up going behind the wall with them. Could be interesting there tonight. We'll try to get some coverage going tonight.
No, you see the ones on this
So we're just waiting for Steele to finish up. Be interested to see. The judges had comments almost every time we had them agree to something, so we'll see. Oh, here we go. Still, we asked Sean to be able to have a 14-month sentence. He has taken full accountability. Huh. When was that? He's not using drug addiction as a crutch. He is saying he wants to repair. He will never be a danger. He is a civil rights leader.
I agree with the price myself, but I think, yeah, but this is what I'm saying to you. This is what I'm saying to you. What I'm saying to you, I can give the customer. Because this guy, I know, you always want to see things. You always want to see things first. So if you see the picture, you know, the way it looks, right? And then now with the price, you're going to say, oh, that's the way it's going to look.
Oh, yeah, they've been trying for the time served. The judge already laid out earlier. He's using the guidelines set up by the federal courts, which puts it in the 5 to 7 year range, 5 to 6. Prosecution is going for like 11-ish, I think, 144 months. My prediction earlier was in the 5 to 6. Then they'll knock that time served off of that. We'll see, hopefully. Hopefully we'll see today. It's supposed to. Hopefully it doesn't dry down until Monday. I can't see the judge wanting that to happen.
I will try that. Okay? No, I'm saying to you a simple and then with the price, bingo. He's done. But without, huh? No. Do a simple and then use the same information that you have. Remember I told you blue, whatever, and then you put the information where it should be, and then you send it to him, he hits the price, boom, deal closed. Understand? Okay, all right. See you later.
Can't believe he said he was a civil rights leader. He might be a leader, but I don't think he's been for the civil rights.
Close it. Close it. No, close it.
He's the leader for purchasing the most baby oil, that's for sure.
I changed it once. That's what I mean. When I turn off all the RF and all that shit.
Still. We can now hear from the Reverend.
Yeah. No.
And the Reverend says, I'll be personally responsible for seeing him rehabilitated. I close with this. As Michael Jordan said, these sneakers are just sneakers. But when my son put them on, Sean needs an opportunity. Michael Jordan's going, no, I'm talking about me. Leave me out of it. Yeah, Ed. I think their stock prices have gone down since he's been incarcerated.
You have that guy on Scape. No. Oh yeah, you do see him occasionally.
All right, the Reverend continues. You have been very honorable in this court. Combs, Steele. We have Mr. Donaldson, excuse me. So the Reverend is done. Now Mr. Donaldson for Combs is up. Xavier, it's been a long day, but I think it's been worth it. I want the record to be clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. Oh my goodness. Well, no, I guess you're not a pimp if you pay for it. You paid a lot of money in transportation, drugs, and alcohol, and baby oil, and all that other stuff. The rhino, don't forget about the rhino peel now. I agree. They had too many commercials. I'm the same way. I don't really watch TV. I used to DVR. I haven't even done that for a while, but I used to DVR certain shows on the History Channel, Discovery. Big Gold Rush fan. But I DVR them and watch them later so I didn't have to watch commercials. Now pretty much if it's not on YouTube, I don't really watch it. Maybe some football. That's about it. Okay, just so you don't forget, the record is clear that Mr. Combs is not a pimp. No pimp daddy there. No, sir. Maybe that's what P. Diddy's always stood for. Pimp Diddy, eh? Donaldson. Here in SD, New York, we've had U.S. senators prosecuted here. I dare anyone to say anyone else in the past 30 years did what he did in the NBC. The true Sean Combs came back. But I think they're going for a record sentencing day.
That came in the other day.
Donaldson, I spoke to chiefs of police in Miami. I spoke to superintendents of education in Miami. Everyone said, this is something different. Let me close with this. People like me are supposed to be here. to show that we can do it. All right, Judge, wrap this guy up. Let's move along. And Donaldson goes on, even though he said, let me close with this. We have a speaker ready to say that these are not speaking engagements. May he? It's the executive director of Reentry One. Judge, what is the gentleman's name? Donaldson. Giovanni, Judge. I have a letter from these others. 1 minute is fine. Yeah, Ed, this is still the defense. I mean, but they already all but admitted it was a speaking engagement. No matter what it's speaking about, it's a freaking engagement where he's going to speak. You got that right, Ed. This old George Carl. Next, my name is Giovanni Sariras for Reentry One. We serve a couple hundred people per year. I have read the letter of those impacted by the teaching and mentorship of Mr. Combs. As a formerly incarcerated person myself, I see the impact. Alright, that's coming from this reentry guy who is previously incarcerated, not me. Although I spent a long time in prison. I was incarcerated. Just saying. Well, I can tell you some stories that aren't stories.
Hey, just coming to see what's up. Okay, yeah, no.
And then once I see, and then I'll
Yeah, I got nervous. Someone over there was saying that there might be money.
That's what
I'm hearing some. I don't know. I'm just letting you.
I don't think so. He said he heard what you heard. Said. A little bit.
I just heard I just heard from like a few other people saying that too.
I think the judge is gonna, because if it's federal, you can stop it. The judge can say, I heard it up.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, sorry.
All right, I'm not going to say his last name or try anymore. Giovanni goes on, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something. I know, I've done it. Not even a parking ticket since. I work with probation. I speak in many different functions with the private prison operator that we work with.
You know, before the jury, we went to 6, 7 o'clock. A couple of nights. Keep going until the judge feels we're making progress.
Alright, I don't think there's a comparison between this guy and this thing.
Early this morning. You laid that out. What they're trying to do is knock it down. I think you should do it. 3:25. And I think the judge is looking at the clock too. I need to get the the other thing too, remember, it's not legal.
Giovanni, when a person creates his own program while incarcerated, it shows something I know. I've done it. Not in the parking lot since. Okay, everybody got that. This is just in from the Daily Mail. Diddy clutches his head in his hand during disastrous sentencing. And yeah, you're right. Private prison definitely equals profit. So I used to work for the state of Tennessee and their prison systems, and although they haven't privatized completely, they put out almost everything except for security is privatized. Food service, medical, mental health, pretty much everything except for security at this point. And they save a ton of money by doing that, believe it or not. Okay, Giovanni. Judge, we are eager to work with Mr. Combs, I bet. In the same way we have established engagements in communities in need. Lastly, our mission is centered in the idea that those closest to the problem will solve it. Judge, okay, thank you very much. Combs, Agnapilio, it's getting late. I'll be brief. I started in the Manhattan DA's office in 1990. We mostly had to put people in jail. In 1996, the Center for Court Innovation started. John Jay did a lot of studies. DV tends to some from childhood trauma. Magnifico goes on. Doctors found that Sean had PTSD. He grew up without a father. His father was murdered when he was a baby. The family didn't tell him how his father died, but he picked it up from the street. He gave a commencement address at Howard in 2014. Combs, Agnifilo. He found in the microfilm there how his father died. A drug deal gone bad. Maybe that's the trauma. He had major depressive disorder. Okay, I'm going to sit down 5 minutes. Then Miss Slavic and Miss Combs, the last word. All right, folks. We're getting close. Agniflow, I'm asking you to release him today. He has been published, excuse me, he has been punished publicly. Everyone knows every twist and turn in this case. This is also a form of general deterrence. The publicity that he got, Ms. Ventura's lawsuit, it destroyed his businesses. They're begging now. Agniflow, we are proposing mental health treatment, a domestic violence program. Sometimes group programs are the best. October is Domestic Violence Awareness Month. I'm not asking for a light sentence. I'm asking for mental health, the root problem. Oh my goodness gracious. Now they're bringing in mental health to the region. Yes, they are.
was the replacement for Scape. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful picture. It looks great. So all my last series of light shots have not used the light shots. And then we bought, we had a fire sale like 2 days. We had too many light shots. It's only for light shots. They kind of took away the 3,000 light shots. We work at 6:30. So we charge Toyota for use them. It works great. It looks
Hey, Nipple, I'll stop here and turn it over to the government. I think it's only fair that Mr. Combs has the last words. Judge, Slavic. USA, Slavic. Going back a few hours to Mr. Driscoll, we have cited causes with sentences of 135 months based on Slavic. Back to the Dylan Jordan case. Let's zoom out. Why did Judge Cronin take into account the previous sentence? Because Jordan knew it was wrong. He quit the business before he was prosecuted. Here, the defendant continues his crime. USA. Slavic pimps control their victims. That's what happened here. 1.4 million would be 90-some freak-offs. There were more than that here. Mr. Driscoll challenged us to find abusive text like he quoted. But this case has physical abuse on video. Uh-huh. Yes, it does. Indeed.
Yeah, they want me to use some vowel. And you told me it was close. Yeah, exactly. In time. It's better be over soon.
Yeah, right? Yeah, well, that's what they said it was. That pavilion's still open. Press getting coming up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. What are you looking for? Yeah, it's not good. You good this? What you gotta do? You gotta work on
Slavic. The defendant is a master puppeteer. His video has better production values than the Intercontinental Hotel video. But that shows who he is. Right now, he would apologize to his victims. 5 lawyers spoke for him. Mr. Seal said Cassie wanted it.
Carolyn, I forgot I have this stuff.
Here comes the goal.
Just wait here in case she comes out here.
I know.
USA Slavic. We asked for a significant sentence here. Judge, thank you, Miss Combs. Combs, Steele. Can we take a comfort break? Oh my Lord. I don't have time for all these breaks. Alright, quick break until 4 p.m. apparently. 4 p.m.
Well, no, I got something. Right there, right there.
Jeff's found it.
Let's go back to our
Okay, here we go. Sean Combs.
Welcome back to the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. He's in this federal courthouse behind me, and he's speaking now to the judge. He's trying to get out with time served. Prosecutors want him to spend 11 years behind bars. We have reporters inside the courtroom. They're telling me that Diddy is saying, "I want to thank you for finally giving me a chance to speak up for myself. One of the hardest things I've had to handle is to be quiet, not to be able to express how sorry I am for my actions." He again apologizes to Cassie. She's one of his former girlfriends, and she was also one of the prosecution's star witnesses. And you may recall she's also seen in that video of him beating her up. He's kicking her, he's punching her in the hallway of an LA hotel. And she testified for about a week during the trial. She also sent a letter to the judge saying that she doesn't believe he's sorry for what he did, and she doesn't believe he's a changed man, and she wants him to spend time in prison. He apologized to her for any physical or emotional harm he caused, and he said, "I don't take that lightly." He also apologizes to another former girlfriend who testified against him. She used the pseudonym Jane. Diddy said, "I didn't mean to hurt you." And he also apologized to Cassie's family. He also apologized to all his victims, to all victims of domestic violence, saying he knows that disgusting, despicable video of him beating Cassie triggered people around the world.
My face taught me better.
Diddy also told the judge, "My actions were disgusting, shameful, sick. I was sick."
I lost my freedom.
Diddy's lawyers have said that he is suffering from post-traumatic stress. They didn't say exactly what. Diddy's father died when he was a toddler. He was killed.
Stripped down to nothing.
Our reporters in the courtroom are also telling us that Sean Diddy Combs says domestic violence is a burden he will have to carry for the rest of his life, telling the court, "My actions were disgusting, shameful, and sick." Now, Diddy gets a chance to address the court. He gets the last word as the defendant. Remember, he was found guilty of 2 counts of the Mann Act, which was related to prostitution. He was found guilty of flying around his girlfriends and male escorts for sex. That charge carries a maximum of 10 years. Now, the judge has gotten a sentencing suggestion from the court saying it should be 70 months, which is about 6 years. Again, Diddy is getting his chance to speak in court, and he let out an audible sigh after apologizing to the community. This is right before the judge will decide what his sentence should be. Will he be out, or will he spend the next several years in prison? Reporting live from the federal courthouse in Lower Manhattan, I'm Julie Walker. This is the AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
It continues. Sometimes you have to go through life experiences. These are not excuses. I can't change the past, but I can change the future. I beg your honor for mercy, to be a father again, to be a son again, a leader in my community again, to get the help I need. And he continues, I don't want to let God down. I have no one to blame but myself. I know I will never put my hands on another person again. I'm willing to comply with any conditions. Me sharing my story is not a scheme to get less time. This story is tragic. If Your Honor gives me a chance to share my story, this has a positive impact. Thank you to the jury. Your Honor gave me the confidence in the jury to believe that I did not have to testify. They sacrificed 8 weeks. I thank them for not guilty. Goes on. I take full responsibility for my Mann Act convictions. They want you to make an example of me. I want you to think about making an example of what a person can do if they get another chance. Consider the beautiful children who spoke for me. And he closes with, no matter what anyone else say, I know that I'm truly sorry. Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Judge says, let's take 5 minutes. So, judge is going to go in his chamber, go over everything, and come back and give his speech. I would say that should be where we're at. Because Diddy was to get the last word, so should be the judge up next. Stand by. 5 minutes, he says. 5 minutes.
turn on the wireless.
Yes!
Good idea.
It's about to start.
How easy, how lazy is this? Is this too lazy? Just letting it right here?
No, you good. Yeah, we'll pick.
1001, 1002, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Diddy did it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Diddy did it. Check 1, 2. You good, Vic? Everybody good? You need any more?
One, two, and two.
All right. Pins and needles time. They're back. Judge, at the outset, I want you to understand, Mr. Combs, you are not being sentenced for acquitted conduct. But under 3553, I must consider many things. Mr. Combs, you are a self-made artist who has inspired a community of color. Judge, we saw the video, the pre-game course in the NBC. The court hopes you continue to expand it. You are devoted to your family. The court, of course, considers the collateral consequences. The court has to consider all of your history here.
Welcome back to AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy
good
sentencing.
works
He's behind
can't
me in the
wash
federal
away the record
court
in this case.
right here. And he already
You
got
abuse
to
these
address
women.
the judge, saying that he believes he's a changed
You
man
use
and that
that
he
abuse
deserves to be out
get
of
your
jail
way.
with time served.
Freak off.
Prosecutors want him
Hotel
behind
nights.
bars for 11 years.
The
Now, the
evidence
judge
of
had
the
said to him,
abuse is
Mr.
massive.
Combs, you're being sentenced for the offenses.
I was sitting right here during the testimony.
Not the crimes you were acquitted
judge.
of. However, under the law, the court
Coming
shall
from the
consider the
judge.
nature of the offenses and the
Diddy
characteristics
going
of
home
the
today.
defendant. Now, he was convicted of 2 counts of the Mann Act, which was transporting people for sex. He flew his girlfriends and male escorts around the country to have sex. So that is a prostitution-related charge. But he was acquitted of the charges that could have kept him behind bars for life. He was acquitted of sex trafficking, and he was acquitted of racketeering, the RICO Act. Now, the judge also cites law which states that no limitation should be placed on the background, character, and conduct that a judge can consider. And the judge said, Mr. Combs, I've considered the fact that you are a self-made artist and businessman who has innovated and lifted people up. The judge also told Combs that he appreciates the discussion of the impact of a sentence on his family and the impact that addiction has had on Combs. Now, Combs said that while in jail, he became alcohol and drug-free the first time in a very long time. He also told the court that he wanted to be able to spend time with his 7 children and with his 84-year-old mother. Now, 6 of his 7 children did speak in court, and they told the judge that they want their father home with them. Many of the children cried and were emotional, relating to the judge, how they miss their father, how he is a changed man. And as I said, Combs told the judge that he was a changed man. Now, the judge also said to him, a history of good works can't wash away the record of this case. Evidence shows he abused and controlled women in his life. And we did see that video. The jury was shown that video of Combs beating up his then-girlfriend Cassie in a L.A. hotel hallway. The judge told Combs, I was sitting right here for the testimony from Cassie Ventura and from another former girlfriend who went by the pseudonym Jane. We read about it in text messages and emails. We saw it in images of gashes, other injuries, broken doors, and video of that Cassie beating. The evidence of abuse with respect to free calls and hotel nights is massive, the judge said.
You won't do it again.
Now, this is happening
After
behind me in the federal court, and we have reporters inside who are sending out messages to me, letting me know what's happening.
A brutal hotel night with Jane.
One of our reporters said that
Punched her
the
in the
judge
head.
rejects the defense's argument that this was the byproduct of consensual sexual conduct and a rock and roll lifestyle. So Diddy's lawyers had said that 2 things. One, what he did in the privacy of his own bedroom, of his own home, was no one's business. They had said that the government was trying to police what he did in private.
Might have underestimated the judge.
The judge said to Combs, why did it happen so long? Because you have the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught. Now, you may recall that Cassie had said that she was abused by Combs, but it wasn't until that video came out showing him kicking her and beating her in the hallway of the hotel that everybody knew, and Combs took... Combs apologized for that and took responsibility. The judge adding that, Mr. Combs, you have the power and the resources to keep it going, and because you weren't caught, you paid for and organized these acts. You were no John. You were responsible for that, even if your currency was sexual desires and not money. Now, Combs' lawyers had argued that these shouldn't be prostitution-related charges because the women were not being paid. The judge is bringing up Combs' persistent violence, focusing part of his remarks on his assault on Jane, the other former girlfriend who testified, and that was just last year after he knew he was under federal investigation. The judge says a lengthy sentence is needed for deterrence, unconvinced that if Mr. Combs is released, that these crimes won't happen again. The judge is casting doubt on Combs' pledges not to repeat his behavior, noting that even after Cassie's lawsuit, after the searches of Combs' homes, after the Cassie video emerged, that after Combs issued an apology for it, he still brutally forced Jane into a hotel night with a male sex worker, according to her testimony. Now, as I said, Combs had a chance to address the court, and he basically said to the judge what was in his 4-page letter to the judge yesterday, that he's a changed man, that he's sorry, that he realizes that sorry just doesn't cut it, but that he is sorry, that he plans to never be back in criminal court again, that he deserves to get off with time served. He spent 13 months in the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn. And some of the other things that Combs said to the judge is that to prove he's a changed man, he taught a class in prison for other prisoners. He taught a class at the MDC jail for other inmates on life skills.
Accountability.
One of the things that did emerge today is that Combs has a speaking engagement planned for next week. And the prosecution said to the judge that how can he have a speaking engagement when we expect him to do jail time? He's not even out yet, and he's planning speaking engagements in Miami and in other cities. Now let's take a look at what's going on in front of the court. If we can just push in over my shoulder here, a big crowd of people. Many of them supporters. They've been here all day. Every once in a while, a cheer goes up. But they're also waiting for the judge to hand down his sentencing. Now the judge has said, according to our reporters in the courtroom, the sentence that the government proposes, 135 months, is more than necessary. Court agrees that a serious sentence is warranted, but 135 months is more than necessary. So Combs is sitting with his hands collapsed at his lap as the judge speaks. He's paying attention to what the judge is saying. Combs has been an active participant in his trial the whole time. He's got a lot of lawyers, and he was consistently whispering with them throughout his entire trial. He was consistently writing notes down. So now the defense is proposed. Now the judge is saying that Now the judge says that the defense's proposal of a 14-month sentence would not be sufficient. Okay, so Combs and his lawyers wanted 14 months. The judge says that would not be sufficient. The prosecution wanted 135 months, and the judge said that's more than necessary. Now, sentencing guidelines, it was suggested 70 months, so let's see what the judge says. So right now the judge is saying that the prosecution's recommendation didn't factor in mitigating factors, and the defense recommendation didn't factor in aggravating factors. So the judge is taking all of this into account. And remember, Sean Diddy Combs was found guilty in July on 2 counts of the Mann Act. That's a prostitution-related charge for flying his ex-girlfriends around along with male escorts to engage in sex.
Judge, here the data shows a wide variety of sentences.
The judge says the facts and the circumstances of this case are unique.
The court determines that the sentence is 50 months of incarceration.
50 months. The judge is giving Sean Diddy Combs 50 months in
50
prison.
months of
Now, we spoke to a legal expert
incarceration.
earlier who said that his team is sure to appeal this. But the judge has sentenced Sean Diddy Combs to 50 months. That's 4 years and 2 months. So just over 4 years in prison. Now, he's already served 13 months in jail. We'll have to see how that factors in. Again, Sean Diddy Combs and his lawyers had asked for 14 months. They expected him to be out and a free man and back home with his family and on a speaking tour. The prosecution asked for a lot more. They wanted 135 months, which is basically 11 years in prison. The judge said that was too much. So Sean Diddy Combs, 4 years and 2 months, sentenced to 4 years and 2 months by the judge for the prostitution-related charges that he was found guilty of. He was acquitted of the charge of racketeering. He was acquitted of the charge of sex trafficking. Those would have carried a maximum, or could have carried a maximum life in prison.
So really,
instead,
he's up with like,
according to the judge, he is sentenced to 4 years and 2 months in prison. The judge said, "This is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community, but you will have a life afterward." Let me repeat that. That quote from the judge. This is hard time in prison, away from your family, friends, and community, but you will have a life afterward. Combs is 55 years old.
Can we
4
get
years,
back to you
he'll
by
be
Monday now
59.
that we know there is a sentence?
We're going to have more on the sentencing of Sean Diddy Combs, more on what went on in the courtroom. We have reporters there now. They're wrapping up inside. The judge is still speaking. I imagine that Combs and his family are not happy with this sentencing. And we're going to have more, so stay with apnews.com and the AP News app to get the latest on the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing.
It was going to be a little more than that, the way the judge was talking there. So, time served, basically it's going to be about 3 years. Yeah, of course they'll appeal it, but that won't work. I mean, I don't know why. So, 4-year sentence, time served knocked off. That's 3. And then he can get good time, so I forget off the top of my head how many days a year that is, but he gets some more time off on that, so 2.5 years he'll probably have to serve. I don't know. Seems like a bit of a slap on the hand to me. But I guess that's what happens when you have that kind of money. Judge, the court also imposes a fine of $500,000, including to defray the cost of imprisonment. There is no restitution, but there is forfeiture as reflected in the order. There is a $5,000 fine under the statute and a special assessment, $200. Give me a break. What? Judge, I want to speak to the strong woman who came forward. Miss Ventura and Jane, you've been through trauma. We can't imagine. Miss Ventura said it was forced sex and degradation. I want to say we heard you. Well, you didn't hear that much of that sentence. Though he won't make his Miami trip next week. And it won't be long. They'll probably have some Paul, get him into his programs and whatnot as soon as possible. Probably faster than most. As soon as that happens, you start getting good time for that. Yeah, I'm not sure the women would agree with the judge on that. Judge, you weren't just speaking to the jurors, but to other victims. You stood up to power. It's not easy. Violence behind closed doors doesn't have to stay secret forever. I know you still bear trauma. I know you still bear drama, but you have taught us you don't have to stay a victim. That's what the judge said. Actually, but now what I'm going to be more interested in seeing is what other lawsuits may or may not come against him. Criminal lawsuits, not just domestic ones. In other counties such as, or states like Miami or LA. LA probably won't do nothing but 2 weeks. Well, a little anticlimactic, I think, actually. She's going to speak at the podium outside. Judge, as Dr. King Knight taught us, out of the mountain of despair, the stone of hope. Mr. Combs, your mom writes that you have always been a good son. The same power that enabled you to hurt these women, you could use to help. And apparently Combs is just sitting there with his hands folded. Judge, adjourned. Well, there you have it. It's official. Actually, not seeing much action on the crowd. I'm surprised. But let's see who. Got lots of mics up there. Who's all gonna speak? So, Courtney George will hang out for a little bit to see who's gonna speak outside. All day on this darn thing.
Welcome back to AP News live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. 4 years and 2 months. That's what he got, and Mike was there when it all came down. Mike Sisak, our AP reporter in the courthouse with Diddy.
That's right. Yeah, our colleague Larry Neumeister is in the courtroom. Was in the courtroom as sentencing was unfolding. I was watching on a monitor from the press room so that I could give you the updates right as it was happening. And yeah, this sentencing was the culmination of a long day in court for Sean Combs and also a long day in court for everyone involved in this case. While we did not hear from the victims, the accusers, Cassie, Jane, and other folks in court today, they did write letters. They did express to the judge their interest in not seeing leniency for Sean Combs. And in the end, Judge Arun Subramanian, he found that while prosecutors were asking for too much, they wanted 11 plus years, that there needed to be a significant sentence to punish Sean Combs for crimes that involved violence, that he said involved coercion, and also for the totality of what he said was 15 years of conduct. The judge acknowledged that, yes, the jury in this case had a split verdict, that the jury convicted Combs of 2 counts of prostitution-related offenses, but acquitted him of the more serious charges, sex trafficking and racketeering conspiracy, those counts that could have put him in prison for the rest of his life. However, the judge said that he was sitting there in court listening to Cassie testify, listening to Jane testify, and that he had to consider the behavior and the totality of Combs' character as he sentenced him, and concluded that 4 years and 2 months, 50 months in total, was the appropriate sentence. Now, that said, Combs has been in jail since his arrest last year. He's been in jail for more than a year, so that means he could be released in about 3 years when he's 58 or 59 years old.
Right, so he did spend 13 months at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, so that counts towards his sentence of 4 years and 2 months. And then after he's let out of prison, he will be on a 5-year supervised release program. And the judge also asking his attorneys, where does he want to go to prison? And his attorney's saying, I'll have to get back to you on Monday about that. Is that typical where you get a choice of where to go?
not a specific choice, but judges can make recommendations about where in the country a person could be incarcerated. The ultimate determination is made by the federal prison system, the Federal Bureau of Prisons. But since Combs has his home in the Miami area, the judge could recommend a prison within the state of Florida or within the Southeast. The Bureau of Prisons typically will put people in institutions that are within 500 miles or so of their address to make it easier for family to visit, for friends to visit. That said, sometimes due to the conditions of a particular inmate, the needs that they have, they might not get those accommodations, that proximity to home. But we'll see what the defense asks for on Monday as it relates to where Combs will be serving this time. For the time being, he will be going back to the jail in Brooklyn, the Metropolitan Detention Center, and he will be going to prison for at least the next 3 years. Again, because of that time served, he will not be free. His lawyers had asked for 14 months, which essentially would mean he would be immediately released from incarceration or released within a few weeks once his time was completely served. There was an interesting wrinkle in the proceeding today where a prosecutor noted that Sean Combs has already lined up speaking engagements or teaching engagements, 7 of them through the remainder of October in the Miami area to impart wisdom that he says he's learned while incarcerated. Now, prosecutor said that was the epitome of hubris, and his lawyer said that was not their intent. They simply wanted to demonstrate to the court that Sean Combs has things lined up, things to do, and that he wants to take a positive message out of his experience with the justice system. However, given this sentence, he's going to have to cancel those appointments for the time being, but at the MDC, at the jail where he is in New York City, he has been teaching a class to other inmates called Free Game with Diddy, and he may be continuing that now at whatever institution he ends up at.
So to recap, okay, the prosecution wanted him to spend 11 years in prison. The defense, his lawyers, wanted him out basically immediately. They were asking for 14 months, and they had booked speaking engagements for him. But the judge kind of split the difference. I mean, giving him 4 years and 2 months, somewhat of splitting the difference. I mean, the judge had said that, you know, I don't take this lightly. You know, you have to pay for your crimes, basically. I mean, you were convicted by a jury of your peers, and, you know, you were convicted of prostitution-related charges. You're not just going home with your family. You're going to go to prison, and you're going to do, in the judge's words, am I quoting him right? Hard time. You're going to do hard time, but you're going to come out and you'll be a better man for it. And he's 55 now. If he's there for 3 more years, he'll be 58, 59, depending on when his birthday is. So he will miss a lot of birthdays of his children, a lot of special occasions of his children. He's got a 2-year-old. He'll miss a significant amount of her life. But the judge said you will come out and you will still have a life.
Yeah, and I think there's an interesting, several interesting things about how the judge arrived at this sentence. Judge Arun Subramanian seemed very moved by the testimony of the women who were in court on the witness stand. Cassie, the R&B singer, and Sandra Ventura, the former longtime girlfriend of Sean Combs. And a woman named Jane, who also testified. There was another woman named Mia, who was a personal assistant, who was going to appear in court today and make a statement, but decided not to, in part because she said she felt intimidated by the defense team. He factored all of that in, and he went through a whole litany of things that he considered as he arrived at this sentence. He said he factored in comments that were made in court today by 6 of Sean Combs' 7 children. You mentioned the 2-year-old daughter. She, of course, did not speak. He factored in letters that he received from people in favor of leniency and people opposed to it. And he also factored in how other cases, similar cases, have been sentenced, what other defendants in this similar circumstance have received. However, he noted this is a very unique case with a very unique defendant, and he had to also factor in other things regarding the things he heard in this trial, in this case. Now, he noted that his sentence of 50 months, or 4 years and 2 months, is less than what was recommended by the probation department. In every criminal case in federal court, the probation department prepares a pre-sentence investigation report, and that helps guide the judge on where to arrive at a particular sentence. In this case, the judge said his sentence that he imposed was 10 months less than what probation officials had arrived at, and even less than what the federal sentencing guidelines would suggest for a case like this. Now, prosecutors, again, they wanted much more time. They wanted 11 years and 3 months. They pointed to some of the very same factors that the judge did in him imposing his sentence, including the violence, including the domestic abuse, and including the power and control that Sean Combs had over the women who ultimately came and testified against him. And one final note, as he was concluding the sentencing hearing today, which went on all day in federal court, Judge Arun Subramanian praised Cassie, praised Jane, and praised the other women who came forward to tell their stories. He said that these were horrific stories, but stories of courage, because they came forward to stand up to a very powerful person. And they not only told that story to the 12 jurors in the courtroom, but also, he said, to millions of women around the world who might be suffering in silence in their own cases of domestic abuse.
So after a long day in court, proceedings started at 10 a.m., Sean Diddy Combs learns his sentence at the end of the day. The judge giving him 4 years and 2 months in prison. The judge saying he's sentencing him to hard time. And also the judge, imposing a fine, I believe, a $500,000 fine. And then, Combs has already served, as we said, 13 months in jail in Brooklyn. That'll be taken into account. So that'll be part of the 4 years. So it'll actually be out in 3 years when he's about 58, 59. The judge telling him, you have a life after.
And just one more quick point. This is not the end of the road. This is not the end of the case. Sean Combs can appeal the verdict, can appeal his conviction, and his lawyers have said they will do so. They have 14 days to file a notice of appeal with the Second Circuit Court of Appeals right here in Manhattan.
Thank you for joining us. This is AP News, live stream of the Sean Diddy Combs sentencing. 4 years and 2 months is what the judge handed down. For more, go to our apnews.com website or go to we have an app, an AP News app, and if you like what you're hearing here, if you like getting news from us, we have reporters on the ground in court all over the world. So please consider donating to AP News.
Good job, guys.
sir. You got it's gonna be your number of alleged victims of Sean Diddy Combs. I have 2 civil lawsuits against him from my clients who allege that he sexually assaulted them. And also I represent a number of victims or alleged victims who spoke to law enforcement, the prosecutors, but the court did not allow many of the witnesses who were willing to testify, probably because of judicial economy, because the trial would have been very long. I don't know. 148 months is what the sentence was. I think the judge was very thoughtful. He didn't do the 11 years that the prosecutor wanted, and nor did he do the 14 months that the defense wanted. So Mr. Combs will be in prison for a while. He basically had a lot of good things to say, the judge did, about Mr. Combs and his contribution to the community over many years and to racial justice. But on the other hand, he has to pay the price for what he did. He could have had 10 years for each of the 2 counts of the violation of the Mann Act, which is going across state lines for the purpose of prostitution. So I think all in all, he gave the sentence that was recommended by the probation office. And so that's somewhere in between what the prosecution wanted and what the defense wanted. So it's finally over, except that there will be appeal, of course, by Mr. Combs, a very large legal team, and so we'll see what happens on appeal. Yeah, the argument was by the defense that that really this was just watching sex, and so that's free speech. But the judge did not agree to that argument. It wasn't about filming. He said you can't launder an illegal act into a constitutional right, because that would otherwise be a very narrow interpretation of the Mann Act. So it was about committing a crime, because he pointed out that Mr. Combs had in fact participated and sometimes had sexual interaction with Jane and also with Cassie. So it wasn't just about watching, he actually participated in it. So I think he's got a good argument, and I don't think that the defense has a good argument on appeal. So he could have gotten 20 years, 10 years consecutively for each count, and now he has 148 months for a sentence. Many of my clients were very concerned that he might walk free by the end of this year, time served, and then a couple more months. And they were very much afraid that he would retaliate against them. And so I think that they will be happy that he will be at least in prison for a number of years. I think they'll feel comforted on that. So thank you. Okay, all right.
Obviously have very strong feelings and thoughts on this. Now that we have the judge's ruling, what's your feelings?
Well, the judge hands down a sentence of 148 months, which is essentially what the probation office recommended. So it wasn't the 11 years that the prosecution wanted, nor was it the 14 months and get out by the end of this year that the defense wanted. He did have very kind words for Mr. Combs in reference to his contribution to racial justice and the community. But on the other hand, it's obvious that Mr. Combs is going to have to pay the price, the consequences for his 2 criminal acts. He could have had 10 years for each count in the Mann Act. That would have been 20 years. So he only has 148 months that he is ordered to serve. No doubt his legal team will be appealing from this sentence and from the trial as soon as possible. He's got a very large legal team because he has sufficient funds, and so he'll be able to do that. What I would like to say is many of my clients who allege they were victims of Mr. Combs were very afraid that he would get out either today or in a couple of months, and they were afraid that he would retaliate against them. That's something that Cassie Ventura said, but it's also something that my clients were concerned about. So I think they'll be comforted by the fact that he will have to serve now a number of years, and that they won't have to worry about his getting out. I'm not saying he would retaliate against them.
Right.
He argued today, the defense, that he is a different man today, now that he's no longer on drugs. That may be true, but he still has to pay the consequences of what he did when he was addicted.
Now, Lori, when you was judge, we knew how firm he was. What were some of your thoughts about what he said to Sean Combs about his behavior and all that?
Thank you so much. I will. Thank you so much.
How do you feel? Mama Combs, how you feeling?
You got your dog in there?
The girl in the bread.
can I have a picture? Where's the lawyer? Where's the prosecutor? Sorry, yeah. What's up, Pablo? What's up, Pablo? A little.
Oh, that's that's not what's the name? That was it. Is that victim 3? That's missing victim 3 right there.
It's the only way out right now. It's the only way out.
Thank you. All right. Is that everything? Are we done? Yeah, I think. It's like gentleman right here with the box and said that where's your finger? Sir.
think I'm tightening. I think I'm tightening it. And it's down.
Who? Street is PD. Tell PD. We don't deal with the street. Who? Yeah, PD's put you on this.
I'm gonna come back in just a minute, sir.